Yes, good morning, everyone. We are going to start this morning, as usual, with a karakia from Robbie Paora of Ngāti Whātua Aurake.
Tēnā tātou te whare, māku te karakia, timatanga o tēnei hui, o tēnei rā whakamutunga, o tēnei kaupapa hirihira, no reira me karakia tātou. Tui aki ronga, tui aki raro, tui aki waho, tui aki roto, tui aki tēnei kaupapa hirihira, tui aki te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, tūturu e rangi, tūturu e papa, turuturu o whiti whakamaua ki a tīna, tīna hui e, tā iki e.
Kia ora. Ms. Levy.
Good morning. Welcome to this final day of this Auckland hearing. We are going to begin this morning with 3 video submissions from Chloe Napier, Charlie Clark and Rob Kavanagh, and then there will be witnesses about occupational mandates.
So my name is Chloe, and I'm just sharing my personal experience of going through COVID mandates as a medical professional, and ultimately losing my job due to the mandates. I initially didn't want to take or receive the vaccine because I was concerned about the lack of long-term data, specifically on its efficacy and safety. As a nurse, I had seen some of my patients experience adverse reactions following the vaccination, and this further deepened my hesitation. I felt that more time and research were needed before I could make a definitive decision about receiving the vaccine. So despite these concerns, I actually ended up getting vaccinated due to the immense pressure placed on me, both professionally and personally. I have a mortgage. I have 3 young children to support. The government mandate effectively made the vaccine a requirement to keep my job. It wasn't a free choice. It was a decision made under duress. On my consent form, I actually wrote, "I do not consent," and this was to express that this wasn't a voluntary decision on my behalf. So after my second dose of the Pfizer vaccine, I was awoken at about 3 a.m. the following morning, and I was experiencing some chest heaviness and palpitation. I just sort of let it slide for about 24 hours, but by the following day, my symptoms had escalated quite significantly. So I presented to my local accident and medical, and an ECG revealed significant abnormalities. They then called an ambulance, and I was transferred to my local hospital with suspected myocarditis, but ultimately I was diagnosed with pericarditis. So for the next, it would have been about 6 weeks, I experienced tachycardia, which is an increased heart rate, chest pain, which was radiating to my left shoulder, fatigue, shortness of breath, brain fog, and at times I actually struggled to form coherent sentences. These symptoms lasted on and off for several months, and even to this day, years later, I still suffer from chest pain on and off, palpitations and exercise intolerance. Ultimately, my ACC claim for vaccine injury was accepted, and that was specifically for pericarditis and heart arrhythmia, but there was no value to that as I never received any financial support throughout this experience. So following the adverse reaction to the Pfizer vaccine, I had an appointment with my cardiologist and spoke to him about an exemption so that I could keep my job. However, this was denied on the grounds that I had not sustained permanent damage to my heart. And this was incredibly disheartening. I'd been hospitalized, I'd diagnosed with pericarditis, heart arrhythmia. I was suffering ongoing symptoms, and yet my lived experience and health struggles were not enough to get an exemption. I felt dismissed I felt invalidated by a system that refused to acknowledge the severity of my condition. And it seemed unjust, especially considering another dose of this medication. I didn't know what the reaction was going to be, and I wasn't willing to put myself through that. My job, my income, my ability to provide for my children were on the line. And to me, that's not consent, that's coercion. In nursing particularly, we are trained that if a person has an adverse reaction to a medication, then it's unethical and dangerous to force them to take it again. Yet that's exactly what was being demanded of me under the mandate. And I felt really betrayed. I trusted the system and I felt betrayed. So I was unable to keep my job at the local hospital because I was not considered fully vaccinated. I was out of work for a year. During this time, I had no choice but to clean. I wasn't able to be employed anywhere else. So I cleaned toilets basically for a year to make ends meet. Emotionally, this had a huge impact on me, going from being a medical professional to cleaning. It was huge. It was profound for me. Financially, it was completely devastating. But even more than that, I feel like I lost my professional identity, my routine, and the connection that I had to a career that, to me, I valued deeply. For me, the mental toll of this was huge. I had to seek medical professional help to deal with the trauma and the stress of everything that I had been through. For me personally, this experience changed the trajectory of my life. The health impacts, the professional loss, the financial hardship, the psychological toll has sat with me to this day. And I really hope that this inquiry acknowledges the real harm done to people, not just myself, but everyone who was mandated. And that understanding that coercion is not consent, informed consent is key. You need to understand everything and give your true consent before you go through with any medical procedure. And being vaccinated is a medical procedure.
Kia ora, I'm Charlie Clark. I found that the pandemic experience in New Zealand was much better than I was hearing from friends and relatives overseas, in the UK in particular. I'm immune compromised due to medication I take for managing Crohn's disease. So the pandemic was a stressful time, but I was really appreciative of the measures taken in New Zealand. I have Crohn's disease, as I mentioned, so every 6 weeks I have to take some immune suppression medication to control the Crohn's disease. And because of the immune suppressant medication, I was at higher risk of serious illness from COVID-19. So to get the medication, I have to go into hospital every 6 weeks, and that made me really anxious about exposure, being around other people. The rest of the time, because of lockdown and working from home, I could control who I was interacting with. But when I went into hospital, it's difficult to control that. So I was really grateful to get priority for extra vaccine doses. So that was really useful, but it was also concerning because I had to go to crowded clinics to get vaccinated. Which I felt was really risky, even though I was masking, everyone was masking, and there was distancing. Perhaps I felt that people with immune compromised status could have gone to a different place that was a little bit more controlled, but the vaccines itself and having access to them, that was really good. Those vaccine mandates were for healthcare workers was so important because when I was in the hospital every 6 weeks getting my medication dose, I have to sit in the hospital chair for hours surrounded by nurses and other patients. So knowing that the nurses were vaccinated gave me peace of mind, and made the visits feel safer. Yeah, so that was really essential for my peace of mind. I felt really supported. The lockdowns and mask rules, vaccines and vaccine mandates made it feel like people like me weren't forgotten and that we were being thought about throughout the whole policy and process development. And obviously, it's a very difficult time for the government making decisions. They have to take the wider country and economics and everything into account. But I really felt like the New Zealand government prioritised health and reducing risk over necessarily the economic pressure to keep everything open, and I really felt supported through that. The amount of communication that came out from the government, especially in the early stages, was fantastic. It was really useful to be able to watch the press releases every day and find out what was happening. The knowing where there were COVID hotspots was another good thing. And also it was difficult for some, I understand, but having certain places not accessible by people without vaccines was really useful for someone like myself. The COVID pass was the vaccine pass was a really useful step that was put in place. Yeah. It's definitely more stressful. Without the protections, I feel vulnerable during hospital visits and in everyday life. It's difficult now that I don't know who I'm interacting with, what their COVID status is, or people aren't even testing anymore because the RAT tests aren't free. So it's difficult to know if that person with a cough or a cold has a cough or a cold, or do they have COVID. So that it does make everything more nervous. I don't generally go to crowded places. I definitely don't go to places where there's not good ventilation. And the one time that I did catch COVID-19, it was really awesome to be able to get the antivirals, and that helped me from getting very, very sick. But the reason I got it in the first place was because a co-worker had flown in from an overseas holiday one day and then was back at work the next. And by midday, they were feeling sick and sure enough had COVID. So definitely the lack of protections is making life a little bit more stressful for people like myself. So the learning was to pay attention to the early stages that we did. Up until we opened up the borders, I think the most deaths we had was 26, and it stayed like at that for a long time. Once we opened up the borders, it crept up into the thousands, and I feel like that's a really important message to consider. For future pandemics, keeping vulnerable people in mind when making decisions, and including those strong protections for people at higher risk, especially when we have no choice but to access healthcare settings. It's really difficult. It's not like we're voluntarily going to a movie theatre and a cinema and sitting in a crowded cinema. We have to go to the hospital for our medical treatment. So it's really important to consider that in the protections.
My name is Rob Kavanagh. I'm 41 years old. I live in Canterbury with my wife and 3 children, and I'm a school principal. Just before I start, I want to be clear that I'm not representing my school or speaking on behalf of any staff, board members, or community members at my school. These are solely my own reflections on my own personal journey through COVID-19 in an educational and personal setting. In terms of my journey through COVID-19, I also want to acknowledge that I think many aspects of our nation's response were well managed and effective. And my comments today are about one part of the pandemic response that, in my view, was less successful and more difficult to manage personally and professionally. The COVID journey for me up until the mandates was pretty smooth from the early days with the alert levels. The lockdown experiences were actually quite a nice enforced holiday with my young family, and we actually had some rather special times. So as it happened at our kura, we had 2 staff who did not wish to take the vaccine. And one of these 2 was on a fixed term contract that was already due to end at the end of the school year due to a reduction in our staffing entitlement. The other was a permanent staff member who would have otherwise continued in their role through 2022 and beyond. So I won't share their personal circumstances any further. I haven't asked for their permission to do so. However, I can say they raised several valid questions, many of which we as a board couldn't answer due to our limited medical knowledge and/or the lack of detailed information that was provided by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health. With regard to the permanently employed staff member, we were advised by the New Zealand School Trustees Association, who are now known as the New Zealand School Boards Association, to act in good faith and to work towards seeking a resolution as we would in any employment matter. And in this case, it involved giving all parties more time to work towards a resolution by providing paid leave for the employee through to the end of the school year. We also provided paid leave for the fixed term staff member, which took them through to the end of their fixed term employment, which kind of wrapped up the scenario for them. So with further regard to the permanent staff member, we were, however, advised that continuing to have any unvaccinated staff member on site past November the 15th would place us in breach of the public health order. And because all of our roles at school required on-site work with students, like they do in nearly all schools around the country, no alternative arrangements for 2022 and beyond were apparent as part of our process. So therefore, the board made the very difficult decision to terminate this individual's employment. And so this person essentially went from being a permanent employee, happily going about their work, to being dismissed in under 2 months. It was incredibly stressful and challenging for me, both personally and professionally. From a principal's perspective, I'd only just stepped into the role of the permanent principal's position when the bulletin arrived. And although I felt confident in terms of my induction into principalship and the experiences that I'd had before, I was completely unprepared to manage what was essentially an unprecedented employment process, especially so early in my leadership journey. At the time, I believed that we'd made a really hard but a right decision. But by the following year, early 2022, it became clear that a widespread community transmission was already occurring, and the role of the vaccine mandates in schools may not have been as crucial as was first presented. So the nationwide approach appeared to be more about mitigation rather than elimination. And to be honest, I find it hard to fathom that we didn't see that coming at the time of the vaccine mandates. So I do feel frustrated, especially for the affected staff member, as we simply followed the rules. However, I question whether the mandate, particularly in educational settings, was the right call. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me, or made a lot of sense to me in healthcare settings, but in schools, highly questionable. I think decisions that restrict personal freedoms have to be essential. They have to be based on sound research, and they have to be clearly communicated. And I feel like it should not have been left to me and our school board or schools and principals to enforce the vaccine mandates. We've got more than enough on our plate already when it comes to managing and leading a school. So I think in some ways we were hung out to dry a little bit in terms of this particular response. And perhaps the second point would be that it's going to happen again. So we do need to be prepared. And as a principal, I understand the importance of evaluation and reflection and learning from situations. And doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results would be the definition of insanity. So hopefully we learn from our experiences and we don't repeat our mistakes. And obviously this inquiry is very much aimed at doing that. One thing that I would add is that, it's possible future pandemics will affect other countries first before us. And as they did in the case of COVID, allowing us some time to look at what's happening overseas and evaluate the measures that they have taken. And I don't believe we did that particularly well with the vaccine mandates in education. There are only a small handful of countries using it around the world before we adopted it. And I think we were, as a nation, perhaps were potentially overreaching a little bit and trying to have the best COVID response, and it may have led to some early adoption of certain measures that perhaps didn't, in hindsight, have the greatest effect. And as I said earlier, there were majority of our responses to the pandemic I agreed with on a personal and professional level, and there were actually certain parts of the pandemic that ended up working quite well for me and my young family, and being able to spend some extended time at home, obviously for very serious public health reasons. It's just this one aspect which led to my submission that, thanks for the opportunity to talk further about today.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're joined now for a panel talking about experience of what we've termed the occupational mandates, so those vaccine mandates that applied to particular occupations. And in the room, I'm joined by Charles Finney from Ports of New Zealand, and Johnny Mulheron, who's Head of Clinical Improvement and Engagement at St John Ambulance. And online, we're joined by Lee Patrick from Autism New Zealand. So I'll start by asking each of our panellists to introduce themselves before we get on to talking about the substance. So can I start with you, Mr. Finney?
Well, Morena, so my name's Charles Finney. I do a range of things, but one of my roles is being the independent chair of the New Zealand Port Company CEO group. So I represent the interests of the 13 international ports in New Zealand, starting at Northport in the north, finishing at Southport, at Bluff in the south. And I was responsible for interaction with the central government system throughout the COVID response.
Thank you. Mr. Mulheron, would you please?
Kia ora. My name's Johnny Mulheron. I'm, as you said, Danielle, currently the Head of Clinical Improvement and Engagement at Hato Hone St John. But during the pandemic, I was seconded to the Ministry of Health Incident Management team for secondment's best part of a year to give some, as a response manager, to give some operational experience in that setting. And on my return from that secondment to Hato Hone, I was seconded to the Office of the Chief Executive as the General Manager for the COVID response for Hato Hone St John as the whole organisation. I'm a registered and practising paramedic. Thank you.
Kia ora. And online, Ms. Patrick.
Kia ora. My name's Lee Patrick. I work for Autism New Zealand, currently as a research and advocacy advisor during the initial lockdowns as a communications advisor, and in both those roles providing support to both autistic adults, families of autistic children, and professionals working with autistic people in the autism community, as well as conveying the feelings and opinions of the autistic community to Autism New Zealand and advocating on behalf of them to government. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Now, like to ask you all about the experiences of your organisations during the pandemic more generally before we turn to the focus of today's session on the vaccine mandates. So starting again with you, Mr. Finney, as an organisation, both at our border and as in a particular role of being responsible with government communications, can you describe how circumstances changed for your industry when COVID arrived in New Zealand?
Well, we certainly, as an industry, weren't immune from feeling the response. So the port companies have traditionally been reasonably low profile in our economy, and we kind of liked it that way. I kind of joke that my role is to try and make the sector boring again, and so we don't have much focus. But the importance of the sector was highlighted very quickly when we started to see the international shipping companies disrupted by COVID, and policy responses in other jurisdictions, and we became very high profile. People literally were worried that we would start running out of supplies in our supermarkets and shops, and online requires goods to still come into the country. 99% of our exports by volume travel through our ports, so we play a critical role in that space as well. So it's really essential for the sector to have a well-functioning supply chain, both coming into the country, going out of the country, but also domestically as well. And obviously, COVID affected us in both directions. Throughout the process, I think we suffered problems, and maybe because of our low profile. Many officials and ministers who were making decisions that were impacting on the sector didn't really understand how a modern port operates. And also, I think there were some officials and maybe also ministers who were hugely suspicious at times about anything that was happening offshore. The threat was offshore. We had to keep COVID out of the country. But actually, aside from the very early cases that were associated with a cruise ship, the port sector wasn't the vector for COVID coming into New Zealand. The aviation border was far more a problem, and that was simply because we were not the only jurisdiction implementing policies. We had seafarers essentially who were staying on ships for over a year, never getting allowed to get off, very little opportunity to have contact with the virus internationally, and also it takes a number of days for a ship to get to New Zealand, even from the closest ports. But most of our trade involves quite long transits, and there's an incubation period for the virus. So we were never, knowing what we know today, we were never going to be the source of exposure for the New Zealand populace. But that wasn't understood at the time, and so we were put through as much rigour as the port sector, as the aviation sector was, and that's really where the threat lay. So we had problems right throughout the process around the rules and regulation around PPE, exposure to visitors on ships, the crew on ships, rules around separation within the workplace, rules around access to the port, etc. All of which impacted the efficiency of the sector. Access to PPE and those rules around how you load and unload a ship were probably the initial focus of activity, and as I'm sure you'll be aware, New Zealand was not prepared for this pandemic. We did not have supplies of PPE, and that was a initial focus. Then testing was a major impact on the sector. It took a very long time for rat tests to be allowed, and we were relying on those probes up towards the brain, which were hugely unpopular within the sector. And then vaccination and mandates became an issue for the sector. We got through. New Zealand was continuing to be able to export and import. There were multiple threats to us being able to keep on operating efficiently throughout the process. But one of the positives of the experience was that as a supply chain, we were working together much more closely than perhaps we were prior to COVID, and we had access to senior decision makers, whether they be ministers or senior officials, on a regular basis. And actually some of those processes that were established during COVID are continuing to this day and were hugely improved, a huge improvement on the pre-COVID rules. So no, it had a huge impact on the sector, and as a sector, we're very pleased that this Royal Commission is underway. We've given testimony twice already in private. It's great to be able to do this in public because there are lessons to be learned. This is not the only pandemic we've experienced as an economy, and it's not the only pandemic that we will experience, and so we have to learn from past positive experiences and negative. So thank you.
Thank you. As you may know, one of the parts of the pandemic response that this phase has been asked to look at specifically is lockdowns and the long Auckland lockdown in Auckland. I take it from the things you've described and from the knowledge that the port's work continued regardless of lockdowns. Is it right to say that lockdowns themselves didn't have a huge impact on the work for you?
It certainly had an impact, but the sort of frontline staff of a port were essential workers. They were able to work throughout the process and travel across boundaries. Because one of the points about the port sector is that people that sometimes work on multiple ports. The other point to make is that I'm speaking on behalf of the port companies. The port companies aren't the only employers of people who work on ports. In the Port of Tauranga, for example, you've got something like 2,000 PCBUs using that port on a very regular basis. Even the smaller ports will have multiple companies employing. Some ports employ their own stevedores. Auckland does, for example. Other ports rely on stevedore companies to provide stevedores. So it's a very, very complex situation, very fluid workforce. But in terms of the lockdowns, the frontline staff were able to make it to work and work. It probably was more efficient as a commute than it would otherwise be. But a number of back office staff were not working and were affected by lockdowns, as was the wider economy. I think that if there was to be a negative impact, it was probably on families and the wider community, and that impacting people's thought processes. But actually, the lockdowns themselves didn't impact hugely. Of course, there were processes around entry into the port that were more complicated, and that testing regime really got to people and wore people down over time.
Thank you. Mr. Mulheron, moving to your experience, can you describe how circumstances changed for St John's when COVID arrived in New Zealand?
Yeah, thank you. So when COVID arrived, it was an intelligence and preparation phase for us, and we actually have a pandemic plan that we follow. And one of the immediate steps we took with that plan is to establish a pandemic clinical and technical advisory group from all aspects of the organisation that became very effective in deciphering the information that was coming in and giving direction to different arms of our organisation. And broadly, our concern for our ambulance side of Hātai Hone was the increased workload from people becoming very ill with COVID and the decreased workforce from people our workforce contracting COVID. And that, so we had to start thinking about, surge workforce, what that could look like. For example, the use of paramedic students in ambulances and other avenues to support that, and also to reduce the demand on our service by ensuring that we only sent ambulances when they were required. In terms of we deal with infectious respiratory illness on a daily basis, not necessarily a pandemic, but our personnel are used to using PPE and that sort of thing. But of course, the supply of PPE is limited, and we were using PPE not only for patient contacts, but for interaction with our personnel. So we had a larger requirement for PPE, and that was a concern that of the access to get that PPE. We used existing communication channels within the organisation. We're a big and complex organisation with a lot of branches, and again the PC TAG, that technical advisory group, handled a lot of material across the organisation related not only clinically but also from an employment aspect and that sort of thing. It was very useful that I was seconded to the Ministry of Health Incident Management team. So the Ministry of Health, the ambulance is a small component of the health overall budget, and the ministry would have more of a hospital and primary care focus and not so much knowledge and experience of the ambulance service. So that was a great opportunity to advocate for the ambulance sector in that environment, and also to get the information from there and clarify it into our setting. So that would be a formalised position moving forward. The ambulance sector historically falls under health, but it also, we're unique in this way. We are a health provider, but we're also an emergency service. And historically, the health officials have represented us at emergency service forums, and they often do not have the knowledge to do that. So it's critical that we get to represent ourselves at those forums, and that was something that we established early on. Access to the Ministry of Health briefings and sit reps was essential, and we also stood up, and we were in the process of standing up, a 24/7 operations centre that handled a lot of our staff inquiries, their questions about isolation and all of those things. So it's created that one-stop shop. And then finally, for the initial response to COVID, we recognised the criticality and vulnerability of our ambulance communication centres. So these are the centres that the 111 calls come into, with our call handlers and our dispatchers, our clinical support officers, and they're in a room. So the spread of COVID would be absolutely massively impactful in that setting. So we were very nervous about that, and put in restrictions, PPE, physical distancing, testing when it came in, and that sort of thing. And finally, early on in the piece, we had the advantage in Aotearoa, New Zealand, being an island nation at the bottom of the southern hemisphere, that things came to us later. So we contacted and in very frequent contact to our ambulance colleagues in Australia and the UK, who were ahead of us in terms of the pandemic and what we could expect. And we took a lot of learnings from that.
Thank you. Similarly to the question I asked Mr. Finney, this phase of the inquiry is particularly tasked to look at the later decisions, including the lockdown decision in August 2021 and continued on. Do you have, or can you tell us about any particular challenges that you faced during that period?
We acknowledge there's no question that lockdown prevents the spread of infectious respiratory illness. There's no question about that, and including COVID. So that reduced the workload of not only COVID but other respiratory infectious illness, but also the trauma workload reduced. There were less people on the roads. There were less people doing activities that could result in traumatic injuries. In terms of lockdown, we were essential workers, so we could obviously our frontline personnel could come through the lockdown, still work during lockdown. But I will observe that they are people as well, with families and loved ones and households and logistics to run, and that was a fatiguing aspect for that, for our people, because they have a life outside of their work, and of course they've got fears and concerns about the pandemic, as does everyone.
You spoke earlier about the balancing increased workload and a decreased workforce. So is it safe to say that the lockdown, by decreasing some of those other non-COVID related health things, assisted with decreasing the workload to some extent?
Yeah, I would say so, definitely.
Ms. Patrick, I'll just move to you online. Again, you come from quite a different industry as well, and community that you're representing here today. So can you describe how circumstances changed for you and for autistic communities when COVID arrived in New Zealand?
Yeah, so initially there was not a huge change. Autism New Zealand became an information provider over really anything else, because many autistic people have co-occurring learning or intellectual disabilities. Many found the government documents that were coming out, the information being publicly provided, too complex to understand. There wasn't plain language information provided. And we do understand that a lot of that was because information was coming out fast and had to be gotten out fast, and things were happening at a sort of unprecedented pace. So we became a service that was putting that information into plain language that our community could understand, and then distributing that. Once lockdowns hit, as an organisation, we were almost pre-prepared. We have a lot of remote workers anyway, but the community was hit very hard by a couple of factors, one being the loss of support workers, respite care, schools, including special schools for children with severe disabilities, activities that people were used to going to and that provided some respite for children, for adults, and for carers, and the loss of routine. For context, one of the core features of autism is a need for routine, predictability, knowing what's coming next, and that is because a lot of the world is more intense, more chaotic, and more overwhelming for autistic people. So that need to know what's going to happen is essential to people's mental health, and that was taken away by the pandemic, by lockdowns, by changing rules. Even once we had established this is how lockdowns work, the routines that people had built up over years were not there anymore. People were having to deal with working from home. Children had been taken out of the routine of going to school and were now having to get their heads around I'm at home all the time, but it's not like the holidays because parents are trying to work, as well as the sort of pervasive anxiety that there is a pandemic and people will get sick. People that you rely on are going to get sick and not be able to provide whatever they were providing. So the loss of routine, and the loss of support services, and particularly respite services that give carers, both parents of autistic children, and carers of autistic adults, a break from their care duties, were gone over lockdown, which obviously increased the mental and emotional load on those carers.
Thank you. And again, with a particular focus on the lockdown centred around Auckland from August 2021, did you see changes or particular challenges during that period?
Just the length of the lockdown, and the sense of not knowing when it would end, and the sense that even when it did end, another one could come along any day. That was very, very disruptive for a group of people who have that core need for knowing what's coming next. That was very disruptive, knowing that your life could entirely change, your routines could entirely change at any point. I think also we did lose some support workers from the general workforce, because they couldn't work during lockdown. We found that some people who worked in the disability sector went and found other employment, left the sector because they were unable to do their jobs, and we haven't gotten those people back. So there has been a drop in numbers of support workers.
And just staying with that longer lockdown for a moment, during that period we had changes through various alert levels, including creation of new alert levels 3.1 and 3.2 before then moving to the traffic light system. And I just wonder if you could speak to any impact from those changing alert levels that you experienced.
Mostly that was, from my personal experience, a rush to get that new information into an understandable format. Every time something came out, it would be a rush to get our heads around it, turn it into something plain language, something understandable, and then get it out to the community, and then field all of the questions that would come back from people who were confused about this as opposed to the original rules. Needed to know why this was happening, which we didn't necessarily always have answers for. It was a scramble to get autistic-friendly and disability-friendly information out there.
Thank you. And we'll now move to focus on the experience of the mandates. So I'll come back to Mr. Finney to start with. But just for context, vaccinations, or the vaccine, began to be available from about February 2021. Obviously telling you things that you know, but just for reminders for those following along online also. From April 2021, they started to become mandatory for some people working at the border, and this was extended in July. And then Delta arrived later in 2021 in August, and in October 2021 there was an extension of the mandatory vaccines to other occupations, including healthcare and support workers. So across that period, at different times, it affected all of your industries. So to start with, Mr. Finney, can you talk to us about the views within the ports companies and industry towards vaccination generally?
Okay, so I should have in my previous comments also noted that obviously some port workers did catch COVID from the community, or else were affected by isolation rules of members of family or what have you had caught the disease. So managing the workforce on the port was a challenge throughout the period. That became much more of an issue as a result of the vaccination availability and mandates that were introduced. So, I'm probably the most vaccinated person in this room. I've got no issue. I sort of understand the science and have no issue, but that is not true for the whole workforce, including the port sector. So there was variable uptake in the sector. I think that at the time, I think it was Chris Hipkins was the minister and introduced or announced the mandate for port workers in July, I think it was, 2021. Only 66% of port workers had been vaccinated. I think that was actually probably a percentage we could have argued about, because not necessarily, the focus obviously should have been on those who are going on to ships and having contact. I think there was a broader group of workers, but it was deemed not sufficient, so we were included in the mandate. And in some parts of the country, there was very large uptake. In certain other parts of the country, where there has perhaps traditionally been less trust of vaccination, the numbers were lower, and obviously some people had to do different roles after the mandates were introduced, or be let go in the sector. And for the sector at that point in time, having enough people who had the skills necessary to work in the sector was a challenge, and for certain roles, in terms of salary, the temptation was, well, we don't want to get vaccinated, we can get a role in a pack house or something, and people left the sector, which caused problems. Some good people went, and I haven't seen any study which is, I know there are studies that exist, but I'm not sure there is anyone focused on the port sector per se. How many of those people have been permanently lost to the sector? Some of the port companies introduced their own policies. So I know Napier was perhaps the first to introduce a company policy in that space, requiring that anyone that came onto the port, any employee, had to be vaccinated. That was after the government mandate had been introduced, because the mandate really impacted the frontline, those that were actually those who had contacts with ships, those who were going on to a ship. So that's sort of mainly stevedores, mainly those responsible for tying a ship up. There'll be a few maintenance people having to go on to look at problems of an engineering or other sort with a ship, and the pilots. And I think pilots were the big issue, because there's actually a very limited number of pilots in New Zealand. Some ports only have 1 or 2 or 3, and if one of those people refuses to get vaccinated and there's a mandate requiring them to be vaccinated, there's an issue around the ability to operate the port. So it had a big impact on us, and I suspect that some people were lost long term to the industry. It made it a more complicated job, but I think as a general comment, the port companies were supportive of encouraging their staff to get vaccinated, and the mandate was probably in line with thinking of most of managers in the sector at that point in time.
Thank you. I'll move to you, Mr. Mulherin. I wonder if you can talk about the various views within your organisation towards vaccination generally, and then towards the mandate Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, being a health provider organisation, the idea of vaccination is welcomed to protect our frontline workforce, not just COVID, but obviously the other suite of preventable illness that can be acquired without vaccination. So, so general support for that, and I think evidence of that as well was when it was first communicated. We had it was unclear exactly who came under frontline because we're a big organisation, and we were criticised for not including more of our people who weren't directly frontline. And as a result, we changed policy to include them, so that was welcomed. And also interesting, you know, as a sign of the general uptake of vaccination prior to the mandate, we had 65% of our people get vaccinated prior to the mandate. That was over, so that's over 8,000 people. And initially, of course, there was a bit of confusion around the mandate for health workers because there wasn't reference specifically to the ambulance sector, more reference to primary health and the hospital sector. And again, our technical advisory group clarified that, and that just showed the power of that situation, of that mechanism. So in answer to your question, I think our organisation, there's evidence that there's general support for the mandate.
And yeah, you've just said for the mandate. So you said there was quite a high vaccination rate prior to the mandate, but did you also support the mandate being brought in subsequently?
Correct. Yes, we did. Our technical advisory group supported that mandate, and it's not unheard of in health to have vaccination and immunisation, evidence of.
Yeah. So you have that requirement for some other vaccinations as well, or yeah.
Yeah, we have a policy and immunisation schedule, and we have a expectation.
Great. Did St John's lose many people, employees or volunteers through the
we lost
process?
I've just got those figures actually. We lost approximately 1% of our sort of frontline workforce, and that's a mix of volunteers, casual, and full-time equivalents. And as a result of refusing vaccination or resignation or termination once the mandate had come in. But since then, we have re-engaged a significant number of those people, but not all.
And you mentioned termination there or resignation. Do you have any comments on the experience of imposing the mandates?
Generally, it was, we're a big organisation. It was good generally, because if you look at prior to the mandate, we had huge uptake. But there were a number of people that it was very challenging, and we didn't want to. We want to follow the mandate was law. We had to follow the law, and we have to protect our people. And we wanted to work really hard with those people, with their managers, to support them. And that was But if that was the ultimate outcome.
Thanks. I'll move Ms. Patrick to you online. Could you talk to us about the various views within your organisation and community towards vaccination generally?
Yeah, so within my organisation and within the autistic community, there is broad support, absolutely majority support for vaccination generally and for the COVID vaccine. There is a small but very vocal minority who, prior to the pandemic, believed that vaccines cause autism, which has been proven incorrect many times over by this point, but persists in some areas. That minority latched on to the idea that the COVID vaccine could cause autism or could exacerbate autism. So there was a very small numbers-wise, but very vocal and very emotional minority who were against the COVID vaccine and communicated that to us very clearly. But broadly, in the autism community, there was support for the vaccine. Within Autism New Zealand, the majority of employees were vaccinated before the mandate came in. There was some confusion over whether the mandate applied to us, and if so, which members of the organisation it applied to, because we are technically a health provider, but weren't working directly in the health sector, or with many of us don't work directly with people on a day-to-day basis. So there was a bit of confusion around who exactly that applied to. We did have some resignations around the time the mandate was brought in, but we had some resignations that were due to the pressures of childcare and lockdown, and it would be difficult to say that we definitely had resignations due to the mandate. Where I think the vaccine mandate did hit quite hard was disability support workers, and that's because there weren't enough to begin with. It's an understaffed area, so the few disability support workers that did choose to resign or who couldn't keep their jobs after refusing to be vaccinated had an enormous impact. These are people who work intimately with disabled people, come into their homes, in some cases help them bathe and use the toilet, in other cases help them to cook meals, clean their homes. It's a very close relationship in some cases, and losing that relationship, particularly for an autistic person who relies on that predictability and routine, and particularly for a person who struggles to communicate, is an enormous blow. So we did hear from people within the community who wanted exemptions for their support workers and who were willing to accept the risk of having an unvaccinated person in their home, because the trade-off was being able to keep this person that they knew that they could communicate with and knew they could trust to do tasks that involved bathing or toileting them. So that was something we heard from community members. We also heard from other members of the community that they wouldn't let a support worker into their home if they hadn't been vaccinated. So there were definitely strong feelings across the board, but a majority support definitely for vaccines, and even among those who were affected by the mandate, support for vaccinations and for the mandate in general, but a need for some of those targeted exemptions.
And just to clarify, by targeted exemptions, you mean possibly allowing someone, if the particular family is willing to take the risk, to not be required to be able to work with that individual family. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I think you might have answered this before, but since the mandates have been listed, did you see any return to the workforce of some of those support workers that left during because as a result of mandates?
It's difficult to say because as an industry there is such a high turnover rate. It was understaffed before and it's understaffed now. I don't believe that many of them did return. I think people did find other employment in other sectors. It's a very demanding job and a very demanding sector. And I think people who were able to find employment outside of it did not come back.
I'd like now to turn to each of you for your views also on the use of mandates. Coming to that question now in 2025, would you be able to just make any comment on whether they were, whether you, in your view and from your experience, you thought they were a useful tool to respond to COVID, and I guess also whether they should be an available tool for the government to use in the future. And I'll start in the same order, Mr. Finney.
As I noted earlier, the management of ports were encouraging their staff to get vaccinated. It wasn't just management, though. It's a very unionised workforce on most of our ports, and there was very strong support for vaccination from the two main unions anyway. I suspect from all, but certainly from Maritime Union and Rail and Maritime Union, there was very strong support for vaccination. And I think there was also vocal support from the union movement at the time that the mandate was introduced. And in many ways, for management, it was the law is the law. You have to do these jobs. You have to be vaccinated. It assisted in some ways what had previously been the power of persuasion. Actually, was law. But some people just refused at the end of the day, and changes had to occur. What was possibly more helpful was offers from the Ministry of Health, both at national level and at regional level, to arrange sort of seminars, one-on-one counselling of those that had questions about the vaccine, and that persuaded a number of people to actually go ahead and get the vaccination, because there was a lot of information out there suggesting that there were bigger risks than perhaps there were. The port sector is no different from the wider community. There are just some people who get their news from YouTube nowadays and are subject to all those pressures the other way. The fact that there was professional sort of support available was very helpful. I think one of the lessons learnt from the overall experience is that a port company has got exactly the same interests as government. Want to keep the workplace safe as possible. Restrict the ability for people to get infected from a virus of this type. Want to encourage people to wear PPE. Want to encourage people to be tested if there's any risk that they have been exposed and might expose others, and encourage people to be vaccinated. So perhaps the key, and also, we as the port sector were able to access through our own channels things like RATS tests, other testing methodologies, PPP from offshore, perhaps more efficiently than the Ministry of Health was able to. So in future, there's a very important role for central government in terms of assisting with the provision of this equipment and vaccines, providing education to the wider community, but where you can obviously see that a company is able to be operating and delivering in similar space to what you want as government policy, work with the company, trust the company. And the private sector can often respond more quickly and deliver more quickly than public sector is able to do. So by the end of the process, we were in a very good partnership with government. Took us a while to get there. Next time around, be aware that we can revive those partnerships. And as I said earlier, actually some of the processes that created that partnership still exist, and let's keep them running.
Mr. Mulheron, I'll turn to you on that same topic of looking back at particularly at the mandates as a tool with the benefit of hindsight. Do you think they were a useful and necessary tool, and should they be available in our toolbox in the future?
In a pandemic, yes, they were a useful and necessary tool, and we supported that. The development and implementation of a safe and effective vaccine, including the mandates, is a tool that we supported for the COVID pandemic and would do for future pandemics that have a high infection and mortality rate. And we would follow central government advice on that. And I think with any medicine or vaccine, as reassurance and communication from the approving agencies such as MedSafe and the Ministry are really critical, because with any intervention there is a benefit and a risk. And it was very, the early days of the novel COVID virus were very uncertain in terms of mortality and transmission rates, particularly amongst our most vulnerable populations, and that is a population that we attend to in an ambulance setting quite frequently. So we were very supportive of that, and the fact that the broad principle or the broad strategy of containing in an island nation spread until such time as safe and effective vaccine is developed is broadly what we supported as well, and is actually what happened.
Mr. Finney also talked about some other things that we could learn going forward, and I wonder if you want to add anything more generally than just the mandate topic, but any views on what could help us be better prepared for pandemics next time round?
I've mentioned for us, the ambulance sector at least, the recognition that we're not only a health provider but we're an emergency service, and we need to be represented in that emergency service forum through ourselves. And I think what better prepared for future pandemics, the supply of PPE, or the central supply of PPE, became very difficult, and we relied on our own cached pandemic and mass casualty incident supply of PPE, and if we didn't have that, we would have been stuck. So that was one of the most significant risks during the pandemic, was the central supply of PPE. Obviously, we're going through a lot more of that PPE. And in terms of future, better prepared for future, the mask fit testing situation, it was very difficult and unclear what that requirement was, and to operationalise it. And from the ambulance sector, our direction was to be mask fit tested through the district health boards and the hospitals, but that didn't happen in any significant amount because they prioritised their personnel over our personnel. And to this day, we haven't mask fit tested all of our personnel because we just haven't got through it, even though we've procured testing equipment. And I think the recognition of the key role that the out-of-hospital sector, both land and air, provide, and that we're equal partners in pandemic planning, and the unique way we operate directly into people's homes, directly to scenes. I think we have developed an engagement with Māori and iwi more, and that's something that is for the future to be better prepared. I think we have a phenomenal situation in Aotearoa with iwi, and the ability for them to support a lot of aspects of the pandemic, and that's an area that we're constantly working to improve and develop in our relationship with them. And the establishment for future of alternative surge workforce for us, and the paramedic students, particularly the second and third year degree students, can be utilised more in ambulances and in our triage systems. And again, interagency work, and working with our other agencies at the front line, and conducting pandemic training tabletop exercises and that sort of thing.
And just one follow-up question there. You said being represented in those emergency in the emergency response as well. Is that something that did develop during the COVID pandemic, and do you think we're in a better place for you to be represented in those spaces now than we were previously, or is it something that needs to change further?
The problem statement being that we have historically health have represented us in emergency services forums, whether it's with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet or others, and we need to be representing ourselves in that forum because we're a unique provider in that we're both an emergency service and a health provider. So I think it's been challenging historically, but improving now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Patrick, can I turn to you? And the same question. Any comments you have on whether vaccine mandates specifically are a useful tool and should be available in the future? And secondly, if you'd like to comment on any other aspects of from your experience that could help us better prepare for responding to a pandemic in the future.
We absolutely support the vaccine mandates. They were a useful tool in the disability sector. They were covering support workers who are working with a hugely vulnerable population. Many autistic people have sensory struggles, sensory sensitivities that mean they cannot wear masks. Some people found the initial right up the nose COVID tests just intolerable, particularly children, particularly people with higher needs, particularly people with communication difficulties or learning or intellectual disabilities who could not understand why this was happening to them or why this was being expected of them. And then support workers are coming into these people's homes. There is a huge infection risk there. So we absolutely support mandating vaccines for the people who are going into the homes of autistic and disabled people. They were a useful tool, and they did cause some problems with understaffing and with people losing trusted support workers. But overall, on balance, having mandated vaccines meant that unvaccinated support workers were not going into the homes of vulnerable, high-risk populations, which is a greater benefit. In terms of lessons to take forward, talking to the disability sector, to disability support groups, to disabled people themselves, which I know is being done as part of these hearings, and that is great to see. There were so many ad hoc remote solutions that were being pulled together by community members and by small organisations during lockdowns. There are obviously some things that just cannot be done remotely in terms of disability and autism support, but there are a lot that can. There were groups that were organising sort of grocery deliveries, nappy deliveries, baby formula deliveries, support people to play online games with kids to give the parents some respite, support people to talk someone through cooking a meal or talk them through bathing because they couldn't be there in person to assist with that. But those were all pulled together by the community. They were often brought into play halfway through lockdown because it took a while to gather the resources and plan them out. Every so often, some central person would get COVID or have to drop out of providing those services for some other reason. And because they were community-based without any resources, the service would drop off. So in future, I think looking at what can be done remotely, what supports can be provided in a lockdown situation, and putting the infrastructure in place early on before we need it, I think will be enormously helpful for the disability community, for the autistic community, knowing that we have that infrastructure in place and we can provide some support in another lockdown situation.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll turn to you. Would either of you like to ask the panellists some questions?
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you. Mr. Mulheron, I just have one thing that I wanted to check with you. You mentioned that in the very early stages of the pandemic, you were in contact with the ambulance services in the UK, and I wondered if you would like to comment a little bit on their experience in that time. And the reason that I'm asking that is that we heard yesterday from a couple of groups that they thought that COVID was no more than a bad seasonal flu. Can you please clarify for me what your colleagues were seeing in the UK?
So the main thing we learnt from in the UK, and the flu is lethal as well, right? So that's not a minor disease. It kills several hundred people a year in New Zealand. But what we were seeing in the UK was the use of ancillary workforce to bolster their workforce. Like in Scotland, the use of the defence medics to help them, and that was very informative to us because we knew we had to build up a surge workforce as well. So it was definitely of real concern to us what was happening in the UK and Australia, and therefore informed us, and it was not insignificant at all.
So you're talking about the severity of cases and the number of cases that your colleagues were having to deal with as ambulance services.
And remember, it's a novel virus, so we're learning about it all the time, and the mortality rate and the infectiousness of it. So it is, we were right to be prudent about our approach to it and prepare for the worst.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just on that point, do you think in hindsight that your service overreacted to the seriousness of COVID, or do you think you got it about right?
No, I don't think we overreacted at all. I think we got it right, and we're pretty proud of that. I mentioned early on the most critical area, our nerve centres, which are our ambulance communication centres. We were extremely concerned about that because people are in, a room where the virus spreads, and of course we put in a lot of mitigations in that environment. Mask wearing, physical distancing, air filtration, and that sort of thing. So I think, look, it was such a big, complex time. There's things we could do differently, but overall, I think we got it right. We're not aware of COVID transmission to a practitioner from a patient because of our approach and our PPE, etc. But like I say, we're pretty proud of it, our overall approach.
You've emphasised how your organisation prepared and responded to the threat of what was likely to happen. But when COVID did arrive, and more particularly after the virus got into the community, how serious were the effects on people who were being serviced by the ambulance service?
Well, I mean, our service, there were people who contracted COVID who were very, very unwell and required ambulance and hospitalisation. And there were people who contracted COVID that didn't require hospitalisation and ambulance, but we would require triage from our our clinical personnel in our ambulance communication centre to determine that. So, and I think broadly the approach for the hospital system was to prevent COVID overwhelming it with admissions, and that has a knock-on effect to us as an ambulance service, because if the hospital's full, we can't unload people into the hospital who, because of that backlog, and also people who aren't not necessarily COVID, but other injuries and illness that requires hospitalisation, have not got that availability to the hospital either.
Let me put it to you in a slightly different way. There are some people now who, looking back, say it was all an exaggeration of the fear component, and COVID wasn't really that serious at all. What do you say to those people?
Well, I mean, COVID is serious, and it kills people, and it's highly infectious, and it's very serious. So maybe that's a result of the approach that the government took, to prevent the spread of COVID, and the vaccination efficaciousness, and the whole approach. So maybe that's a product of that success, maybe.
So the success of the strategies can actually make it appear that we weren't facing as much of a serious threat as you've just described.
I think that, yes.
And you were in touch with people in the UK, Australia, and no doubt other countries as well. From those communications, what is your understanding of the threat, seriousness of the threat that COVID presented for other countries overseas who may not have perhaps coped as well as we did?
Well, talking to the ambulance services, they had to bolster their workforce, and I particularly think of the military. There were hundreds of military personnel utilised in the UK to bolster the workforce in ambulances because of sickness and absenteeism from COVID of that workforce. And so that was extremely concerning to us, and we worked to establish a similar surge workforce.
And the assessment that you made at the time of the seriousness of the threat, looking back now, do you think that that was exaggerated or real?
I think the seriousness of the threat for Aotearoa New Zealand in our hospital systems, particularly our ICU beds per 100,000, is less. There's less capacity, and I think that is a huge driver to prevent that system becoming overwhelmed and then backing into the ambulance service.
So ICU capacity, in the event of another pandemic, what would you recommend about that?
In terms another pandemic, in terms of ICU capacity.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if we had more ICU capacity, fantastic. But in terms of that would create less. There'd be less overwhelming of that system. But that's something I can't control. But in terms of another pandemic, the thing is, how infectious is it? What's the mortality of it? And how can we stop the spread? And the same tools that were used for COVID, notwithstanding the length of lockdowns or all of that, but those tools will still be used in future pandemics and vaccines as well.
So, Mr. Finney, you said that officials didn't initially understand how modern ports work. Can you give us an example of that, or just unpack that a little?
Yeah, I think there are multi-facets to that. I think that it took a long time for officials to understand that actually the crew on a ship coming to New Zealand were more frightened of catching COVID from our workforce than the chances were much greater that it would catch it from us than them. But the paradigm was, you'll catch it from the foreign crew, even though they've been on the sea for 2 weeks, and there's no way that there would be anyone with any cases, because they would have the incubation period would have been over. So the rules were far stricter than they needed to be in terms of proximity to foreign crew from that perspective. But actually, the rules did protect the foreign crew from catching the disease from our workforce, even though that was probably a very remote chance. But I think that there was a rather old-fashioned view of the way a port operated. I think people still thought that there were stevedores slinging a carcass of meat across their back and going on and throwing that into the hold of a ship, as opposed to understanding how containerized the industry is, and that there was zero chance of anyone catching COVID from contact with a container that had been on the water for two weeks or a month or whatever. But the rules were written as though that was a possibility. Regularly, when there was an unexplained case of COVID in the community, immediately people were looking at the port and trying to find some vector from the port sector to see that infection coming into the community. Never found, because it never existed. So I think there was definitely a lack of understanding. I think there was also a lack of understanding about how international trade worked. And the classic was there was a process established, you might recall, actually run by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think, and Transport very, very well, to keep air freight going. And there was a 200-person sort of sector coordination process, which I was part of for other reasons than the port sector, around air freight. And someone, after about 2 or 3 meetings, it was sort of a bit like the Emperor's New Clothes, someone piped up and said, well, this is all very well and good, but what about the port sector? And because that's where all our trade exits New Zealand, it's not air freight. And there was a look of horror around the room of some of the officials, because I think they actually thought that most of our trade did go by air freight. In fact, 99% goes through the port sector. So there was a several-month education process, and people do now understand the port sector a lot better, which is absolutely fantastic. But a lot of the rules were not fit for purpose for the port sector. They were probably very fit for purpose for the aviation border, less so for the port sector.
So does this illustrate the importance of officials understanding what's happening on the ground in relation to policies that they create?
Absolutely. And there are some officials, obviously, in customs and maritime New Zealand, who do understand how a port operated, but they weren't the key decision makers in the space. The rules were being largely developed by officials in the Ministry of Health, and it's really important that there be wide consultation across government and involve industry. Please involve industry in decision making of this type, because we know exactly how it works and what's right and what's wrong. Often things were imposed as opposed to consulted on in the initial phases.
Ms. Patrick, can I come to you? You've emphasised the importance of respite care for people in the autistic community, and also presumably the wider disability community. How important is that respite care when you've been looking after someone in lockdown, for example?
It's hugely important. It's an incredibly demanding job, caring for a disabled person. It's a 24/7 job if you're their parent or living with them as a carer. And that respite is the only chance that you get to take a break, do something for yourself instead of the person that you're caring for. It's parenting a disabled child is parenting turned up to 11. It's respite care is the only chance to breathe for parents, for carers, and losing that has hugely negative effects on people's mental health, people's emotional health, often their physical health. And then you're run down, exhausted, mentally drained, and still having to do this incredibly demanding care work with no end in sight. So no, it's an incredibly negative effect, having that respite care taken away.
How could that deficiency be remedied in the future?
And as I said, working out ways to support people remotely where that's possible. There are, of course, ways that carers support disabled people that is absolutely not possible to do remotely. But anything that can be done remotely should be set up in advance, so that if a future pandemic does turn up, if we do have to go into lockdown again, we have that infrastructure already in place. We have support workers who know how to do remote support. And having support workers be exempt from lockdowns in some cases, or having some sort of exemption from lockdowns to give parents and give carers a break, have someone else come in and care for their child or for the disabled person. Having someone included in your lockdown bubble who can come in and give you a break would be hugely beneficial.
You mentioned the needs of autistic people often to have a routine, an established routine, and relationships with an established caregiver. How important is that to the autistic people in that category?
It's hugely significant, particularly the relationship with a trusted carer. We're talking about people who struggle to communicate, who might have spent months learning to communicate with that support worker and having the support worker learn to communicate with them. And these are support workers who are often doing hugely vulnerable things like helping them clean themselves. So having that relationship severed and having to spend that time with a new support worker, often again months, learning to communicate and to be understood, it's enormously significant. The need for routine has a huge impact on people's mental health. It's incredibly draining for a lot of autistic people to have unexpected changes come up, to have their routines disrupted, and to have that happen over and over again with no return to the safe routine it's incredibly draining, and exacerbates a lot of co-occurring mental health conditions.
If you had to balance the risk of harm between getting COVID and suffering illness from it and the harm that's done by breaching a relationship between an autistic person and their carer in those serious circumstances, what would you say about that?
It's incredibly complex, incredibly nuanced, and I think it would have to come down to the individual person's choice. There are some people who would firmly come down on the side of no getting COVID, whatever the cost, and they will deal with the consequences. There are others who would come down on the side of no losing my support worker, whatever the cost, and I will deal with the consequences of that decision. So I think it has to come down to individual choice, and I can't speak for everyone in the community on that. I can't assign everyone an opinion one way or the other on that. It's an incredibly nuanced issue.
You've indicated that you lost support workers during the pandemic and that many of them didn't come back. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, we don't have exact numbers, but generally the system was understaffed to begin with and is more understaffed now. And we can assume that some of that is from the pandemic.
And so is that an ongoing consequence, at least in part, of the pandemic?
Yes, I would say so.
So in terms of the support that you need now in your organisation, if people wanted to provide support on a voluntary basis, for example, how would they contact you to indicate that they are willing to support you?
We generally don't work with volunteers a lot. What's missing is trained people. So I would say if it's something that people are interested in, look into becoming a trained support worker. And you can absolutely talk to, there's a info@autismnz.org.nz email address. We can provide information about where to get training and places that you can help out. Contacting other disability organisations, Whaikaha, IHC, who work with people with intellectual and learning disabilities. Other disability organisations will be able to point you in the right direction as well. But I would suggest it's more trained people and more people with the education and the background that are needed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for that informative session. We're going to take a break now and come back at 12 o'clock.
welcome back to this session of the hearing. We have three nurses from the New Zealand nurses organisations. I'll ask them to introduce themselves. First, Anne Daniels, President.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Daniels tōku ingoa. I am the New Zealand Nurses Organisation President. I also continue to work in the emergency department in a tertiary hospital.
And as President, can you just tell us a little bit about the New Zealand Nurses Organisation? Who do you represent?
Yes, we are called the Nurses Organisation, but in actual fact there's a variety of members. We have kaiwhena, students, lab technicians, registered nurses, enrolled nurses and nurse practitioners. There are approximately 64,000 of us. We are the largest singular union in New Zealand.
64,000, right. Thank you. Kiri Nuku, please introduce yourself.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Kiri Nuku tōku ingoa, he kai whakahaere tōputanga tapuhi kai te ake o Aotearoa, the New Zealand Nurses Organisation. So our organisation reflects our bicultural heritage. So we have the president and the kai whakahaere that work as joint heads for the organisation alongside the chief executive. As Anne had said, we are a large professional union affiliated to the Council of Trade Unions based in Wellington, and also professionally aligned to the International Council of Nurses based in Geneva, and also a member of the Global Nurses United. We have also, as Anne had said, the 64,000 members, of which 4,000 of those are Māori kaimahi, so we are the largest collective group of Māori healthcare workers.
Thank you. And what's your particular role within the organisation?
To work along and share the governance responsibilities alongside the President, but also to articulate the voice and aspirations of our Māori members.
Thank you. Lisa Gilbert, please introduce yourself.
Kia ora, ko Lisa Gilbert tōku ingoa. I'm Lisa Gilbert. I'm the current chair of the Infection Prevention and Control Nurses College, and we are a college underneath NZNO's banner, so along with lots of other professional colleges and sections. So our membership covers DHB, or Health New Zealand, IPC practitioners, aged residential care IPC practitioners, primary care, we have corrections. So anywhere that a nurse works who has a interest or a responsibility for infection prevention, we're the professional college for those people.
So does anyone know roughly what percentage of your members are working in hospitals?
We have about 30,000 members that work within hospital. The rest work across primary healthcare, aged care, and as Lisa had said, across other services like corrections, Plunkett.
All right, thank you. So taking you back now to early 2020, and I'll ask you the question, Ms. Daniels, did nurses know that COVID was coming?
We certainly did. I think everybody's connected these days, and the news was coming very loud and clear through Google. It created a lot of fear and uncertainty about how we were going to manage, because the stories of the thousands that were dying, of nurses actually wearing plastic rubbish bags and making their own masks, and people being buried in the streets, was quite horrific. Having said that, I know for a fact that every nurse and health professional and supportive teams kept going to work, no matter what.
Was there any planning space before we began talking about things like lockdowns here, Ms. Nuku?
As Anne had said, and as earlier I mentioned, we were part of the Global Nurses United, which is a international union organisation. And we had teleconferences with our colleagues, distraught teleconferences, where they were telling us how they're prepared for the pandemic. Now, at that point in time, we had not had any reported cases of COVID in our country. So one of the important things that they said is to ensure that political and financial imperatives don't drive healthcare, but we take a really cautionary approach to how we prepare now. So as much as possible, we were engaging with ministry chief nurses to try and start to have that preventative, proactive conversations. But very little success using the avenues that are available to us as such a big organisation.
So, Ms. Gilbert, I think you were on site when an early COVID case arrived in the country. Without giving anyone's details, what was the was the country prepared for that? Were the nurses prepared?
That wasn't me. That was Ms. Daniel.
I'm sorry. That was
Yes, it was very, very clear that we weren't prepared. I know that there had been a huge amount of discussion and planning, but when the day arrived and the first patient attended our workplace, it was chaos. We realised that even actually getting the patient into the hospital and up to ICU was absolutely problematic because it would have to go through the entire department. And decisions were very quickly made on the ground, and this was something that was very reflective right throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, because despite high-level decision-making from government down, at the end of the day, it was the nurses and doctors that were in place either in hospitals or in the communities, and the communities themselves that made those decisions based on what they felt was best for them, given the resources they had, which were very limited.
Can I just add to that?
Yes.
So what we never anticipated, there was a lot of energy that were put into the larger areas like Auckland, Christchurch, Wellington. What we never anticipated as a country, that it would be a rural area where this would be first identified, which then put a lot of pressure on a rural small hospital. So the transportation out and how we managed isolation in those small rural communities was significant and something that hadn't been well organised or well planned. So the isolation, or the way that we approached the management of care for those nursing staff, became quite a challenge. And then, of course, transporting to a bigger hospital. That groundwork hadn't been well prepared and hadn't been anticipated.
So, Ms. Gilbert, as an infection control specialist, how was all this affecting your job?
Quite a bit. So I think it's fair to point out that at the beginning of COVID, there were lots of different locations were doing different things. So I was very fortunate in the area where I was working. I was part of I was a technical liaison to the incident management team. That was not an experience that happened across the country. So different IPC practitioners were at the decision-making tables for their areas, some were not. It was all very different. For me, it was a very busy time, and it was difficult to implement all the changes that were happening so quickly with so many people in such a heightened emotional state. So every single doctor, every single nurse, every single lab technician all knew somebody overseas. Everybody had a horror story. And I'm not sure we actually prepared psychologically really well for the trauma that a lot of our health workforce are now experiencing in terms of the high burnout and just levels of distress. I don't think we handled that as well, or we didn't recognise it early enough.
Just thinking about how the nurses would have been feeling in that time, and the fear and the confusion, how were they being treated by the public as people that were at the face of the pandemic?
It varied.
Yeah, I think we could all tell a lot of stories about that, but I know for a fact that I stopped queuing up or going to the head of the line when I went and did the grocery shopping for the family, because suddenly the mood changed in the supermarket, because suddenly you were seen as a pariah. And that was very difficult. And we know of families who rejected their own mothers, wives, sisters, because they were working in a place that was seen as very challenging. So these kinds of things were very, very difficult for us, but we kept going to work. We kept doing what we had to do. My husband's a nurse as well. We had a system where we would actually strip off naked in the garden and then go into the shower and then get dressed. That's how we managed dealing with. But there were no guidelines for that. There was no support. There was no suggestions about how we managed that at all.
And I think it's useful to contrast that with the feeds on everybody's Facebook about sourdough bread and long walks on the beach. And it was such a significantly different experience in healthcare than in the public, that it was a very different experience. I've got a question about channels of communication. Normally, I imagine an organisation like yours would have direct lines of communication to Ministry of Health officials that you needed to deal with. Were those interrupted during the early days of COVID?
Yeah, absolutely. And that it felt like we, as you've said, we usually have quite open lines of communication with the Minister of Health and with the Director General and the nursing team. When this happened, those lines of communication were shut down. And I think on reflection, a lot of it was because the challenges that were coming from our members or the issues that we were raising from our members were something that the organisations or the ministry weren't prepared to deal with and so it was very difficult to get clarity of direction and impart that onto our members. We'd always said as an organisation we needed to take a precautionary approach and ensure that any direction that we gave our members was evidence-based and was mandated. It was very difficult to get clarity and direction to give our members, and so we were caught between the two. What messages do we send out and how do we communicate the issues that we're experiencing with the people that are making the decision making, which we were left out of.
Was there something of a lag, did you find, between information that was available overseas and when advice would reflect that in New Zealand?
Yeah, definitely. So New Zealand had made the decision to follow the World Health Organization guidance. And when other information was coming out through other channels, for example, the CDC would change what PPE they wanted their healthcare staff to use, the World Health Organization was not changing as fast, and so that caused some friction between what people were hearing about overseas, especially around N95 use and wearage, versus the World Health Organization, who was still advocating for medical masks, surgical masks.
So, putting now the first lockdown and the challenges of that behind us and moving to 2021 and August 2021 when Delta was detected in Auckland and there was a second, well, it might have been a third, but there was another long lockdown. Were we better prepared from the nurses' organisation perspective?
From the IPC perspective, I think we could have been more prepared.
Just for clarification, the IPC
college, just
infection
prevention and control,
infection prevention control.
Yeah, college. Yeah. I think once the borders were closed, like the foot came off the accelerator, and we were sitting in this pattern waiting for the vaccines. There were lots of planning and lots of identification of issues that had happened, but the impetus to make those changes had decreased because we were waiting on the vaccine. The next control was going to be the vaccinations.
Ms. Nuku?
And if I can make a comment, I was the principal lead during that time for our organisation. And certainly what we felt is that the foot had been taken off the pedal. There was this false sense of security that we have N95 masks now, and that some people are being fitted for those masks, sorry, and therefore we'll just play things out as they go. There was no additional preparedness and coordinations or discussions that our organisation was actively involved in. And as I said, that the doors of communication had shut, they still remained closed off for us.
Ms. Daniels, do you have anything to add to that about planning?
I think we were better prepared. I think that the fact that the foot was off the pedal also gave us opportunity to look at the issues that we recognised very, very early on about patient flow in hospitals. But what it didn't do was the issues in the community, being able to get resourcing, PPE out, all those sorts of things, were still very much prevalent. And I think that was very evident by the way some communities decided to shut their doors and stop travel and all that sort of thing to try and prevent the spread of COVID. There were a lot of areas in our communities that were missed out, forgotten, and that was even evident in the hospitals as well. There was a huge focus on the regulated health professionals and actually getting them up to speed and being able to do the job. But the receptionists, the cleaners, the security guards, all of those people, they were still forgotten, just like a lot of the people in the communities were.
Thank you. I moved you forward to August 2021, but of course in November 2021 the vaccines arrived. What was the position with mandates for your workforce?
Infection prevention and control support the mandates.
Yes.
I think that was the clearest way forward at that time. Some of the ways we implemented that could have been a bit more compassionate, but certainly we thoroughly support and endorse vaccination.
And were the mandates introduced that all your members had to be vaccinated to continue working?
Yep, for all of nursing.
What problems did that give rise to, Ms. Daniels?
It did create a divide, and the reason was that there was only one vaccine, for instance, and there was not a choice. And because we were connected with our overseas colleagues, we were very much aware that there were different vaccines coming through on stream. But it was either take it or leave it. If you don't take it, you lose your job. And we were aware that there were options coming through, but there was no flexibility in the system and the decision making that was made at the top about how that could be well managed so that we could actually continue to support people staying at work and actually contributing to the whole system. That was a problem. Having said that, the health professionals, nurses, are very much committed to actually providing good health care, and most of us actually took on the vaccines. There were people who were able to get exemptions because of health issues, but that was once again problematic because where did that leave them? If they couldn't take the vaccine but weren't refusing it, they still left their jobs. So there was multiple layers of issues that started to come out of that one black and white decision.
What was involved in talking with nurses who were hesitant about taking the vaccine?
So it's quite a normal part of infection prevention and control. We discuss vaccines regularly. It's one of the most effective ways of encouraging someone to have a vaccination is to actually sit down next to them and discuss their issues and come up with a solution. So, yeah, it was a lot of IPC practitioners' time talking with staff who had concerns and legitimate concerns, and there was a theme that if they felt they had more of a choice, if they felt they had some control, at least over which vaccine they were comfortable to have, they would choose to be vaccinated. But when it became a take it or leave it, it became very, there was no middle ground to be had, there was no negotiation, there was no comfortable space for people to find. And that was quite difficult.
Ms. Nuku, what would happen to nurses that wanted to discuss concerns about this sort of thing?
I was going to say this gives rise to the earlier question that you asked. Between times, how did we prepare? And there seemed little communication or education for nurses, even though we were preparing or needing to prepare around vaccination and how we were managing that. There was also inequity in terms of the way that education was provided. Those that worked within hospital were supported with some infrastructure and structure to support decision making. There wasn't the same available in primary health care and Māori and iwi providers in aged care and corrections. Remembering during this time, a lot of the inmates were locked down, so that it was the nurses that were travelling backwards and forwards. So that whole communication and education of the workforce primarily was problematic and variable depending on where people worked and how much resourcing that organisation provides for that.
Thank you. There are other issues that you have discussed in an earlier engagement with commissioners that we don't have time for today. I would like to move to your recommendations. There will be another pandemic. What do you recommend we need to do to be prepared for it? Ms. Daniels, can we start with you?
We were very clear in our last submission about our recommendations, and the most important thing, and I think, Lisa, maybe you would like to talk to this, is the establishment of a New Zealand-based Centre for Disease Control and a national governance. Do you want to take that further?
Yeah, so pre-pandemic, there was not a coordinated infection prevention and control body. So there is the Nurses College, there is various medical colleges, there's antimicrobial stewardship groups, but there's no overarching whole of system place for IPC. And within the Health New Zealand structure as it is now, they are starting to build a multidisciplinary infection prevention and control infection services network, but that's very much focused on Health New Zealand facilities. It does not cover aged residential care, it doesn't engage with private surgical, it doesn't engage with primary care. So we're starting, but we don't yet have that space, and I think for connectedness within the next pandemic, that's going to be really important.
Thank you. Ms. Nuku, do you have a recommendation?
I have several, because what happened during the COVID is that legislative changes that happened created more uncertainty. And so we need to make sure that our legislation is fit for purpose, and that if any activation of a crisis or a pandemic happens, that there is clearly some lines of what's acceptable and some clarity around the direction. What we saw is the changes to the legislation that were made on the HOP that allowed people that were unregulated to become vaccinators. We need to get some clarity around that and what approach we're taking for future management. What is notifiable diseases? This was an area that left us really exposed as an organisation. But also there needs to be not only our organisation that is part of that technical liaison people because of the depth and breadth of people that we represent, but also there has to be Māori and Pacifica that are part of that engagement. As we've seen by previous pandemics, Indigenous peoples are most effective. We've got to make sure that they're at the table because they were very much silenced out of the initial preparedness around the pandemic planning.
Thank you. Ms Daniels, you gave your slot to Ms Gilbert. Do you have a recommendation you'd like to share?
Well, I think that one of the things that we're concerned about as an organisation is the resourcing. There have been suggestions that we're going to have another pandemic within 5 years. We've been talking about it for 2 or 3 years. I understand this report's not going to come out until 2026. So, it seems that we might have a pandemic within the next 2 years, and we're not ready for it. And more recently, the funding of our health infrastructure has been decimated, in my opinion, particularly in public health, which is where full funding and infrastructure actually needs to be enable our ability to be prepared for the next pandemic. And we cannot continue to wait for reports. We actually need to get on with it now. I think that's very, very important. We've talked about flexibility quite a lot, and I think that's very, very important. The black and white decisions that were being made at government and management level did not, I suppose, reflect the fact that nurses and doctors and the whole health workforce work on flexibility. They've got a problem, they can look at it, they critically think, and they make decisions about it. There is no black and white in health. So that's very, very important. And Kerry's talked to the absolute need for Māori and Pacifica to actually lead the way in their communities so that the health and well-being of those communities are actually met in a way that is appropriate. We noted, I think Kerry mentioned it, that a lot of the messaging that came out of government tended to be make Māori and Pacifica communities quite invisible. So we need to be a lot more inclusive.
If I could add one more thing. We need to strengthen up the health and safety of workers and protect the healthcare workers. We're incredibly exposed and very, very vulnerable, and lack of direction meant that every nurse that went to work, every healthcare worker was exposed, and the legislation wasn't strong enough to protect nurses and their ability to speak out against what was happening within their sector was muted, and often there was ramifications for nurses speaking out.
Thank you. I'll now invite or ask the commissioners whether there are questions.
Commissioner Kavanagh?
Not for me. Thank you very much.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your contributions. They are incredibly valuable, and we will be taking them all into account when we do our report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now joined by, from New Zealand College of Midwives, by Alison Eddy, the Chief Executive, and Claire McDonald from Research, Public Health and Equity. So I'll start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves and tell us about your professional background and current roles.
Kia koutou. Kia koutou. Alison Eddy is my name. I'm a midwife, registered midwife, and I'm the Chief Executive of the New Zealand College of Midwives.
Tēnā koutou, ko Claire McDonald tōku ingoa. I'm a midwifery advisor at the New Zealand College of Midwives, a practicing midwife also. My portfolio is relevant to this inquiry is in public health.
Excellent, thank you. And would you perhaps, Ms Eddy, would you explain the role of New Zealand College of Midwives, both in general and about how that role developed in response to the COVID pandemic?
So the college is a professional association representing midwifery in Aotearoa. Our members, we represent over 95% of practicing midwives. We have our members work in hospitals and employed roles, working mostly for Health New Zealand and within facilities or within the community, contracted directly to Health New Zealand, working as lead maternity carers, providing care to caseloads of women, usually in small group practices. So we provide all the things that you would expect a membership association like ours to: professional advice and support, ongoing education, quality assurance. When the pandemic arrived, our work quickly pivoted really to being almost fully consumed with supporting the pandemic response. And that took a number of guises, but really a lot of our work was directed towards supporting our members to be able to manage in the new environment with all the requirements that were being put upon them in order to function safely and to continue to provide an essential service, a front door service in the hospital setting, but also an essential service being provided in the community. Some of that work took on an advocacy role. Just listening to our colleagues from the New Zealand Nurses Organisation, our experience was very similar, and that a lot of the time we were making sure that the issues that our members were facing in the community and in hospitals were actually directly communicated to the policymakers and decision makers who were working really in real time with emerging information, that they were aware of what the challenges were and what the information they needed in order to make decisions to support the continuation of the midwifery and maternity service.
Thank you. I wonder if you could
I just also add, the college works in partnership with Māori Midwives Aotearoa, Namaia, Māori Midwives Aotearoa, who I believe have been invited but are not present with us today, but very much part of our partnership organisation we work alongside.
Excellent, thank you. We'll just turn to the arrival of COVID and that beginning of the pandemic response. And would you be able to describe how circumstances changed for midwives when COVID arrived?
Yeah, so when COVID arrived, as Alison said, we pivoted very quickly to a response setting, and that started before the first lockdown because we recognised that this was coming, so we were quickly making contact with the then Ministry of Health to ask if we could have some guidance for midwives in Aotearoa and for pregnant women and their whānau. Working under the alert levels in public health settings, midwifery was one of the few health services in the community which needed to maintain in-person care provision. Midwives were not able to withdraw services or provide virtual services or predominantly virtual services like many other primary level services in the community did. And in many cases, community midwives became the only health professional in the community providing in-person care for the families they were caring for. So as a result, they picked up on a lot of unmet health or other needs, and they were able to respond to them. They are also very accessible as far as having mobile phone numbers and so on, that whānau were able to contact their midwife directly. So midwives were really managing questions that sat with other health professionals to answer, but they were the most accessible port of call. So that some of the things, as well as medical needs that midwives were being asked to support, were social care needs, well childcare, mental health needs, and so on. What happened in the hospital was that midwives there were needing to manage a situation where people who were potentially unwell were coming in, and they needed to manage really strict infection control in an environment where infection would easily spread if that wasn't in place, and that created a whole other set of challenges that they had to work with as well.
I think the other thing we saw a lot of was the information void, for the public, but also for the health professionals not dealing with this virus before, the uncertainty that created, a lot of anxiety, a lot of concern about their own well-being, the well-being of their families, or how they should conduct themselves in order to keep the clients or people that they were looking after safe as well. We had significant issues with PPE access, particularly in the early lockdown, and there was very uneven access to that for the community workforce who were really in really vulnerable positions. So there was a huge need for information, support, and you read that advocacy to make sure that those issues were elevated and that they were communicated and that we could get the action that we needed quickly to support the workforce to continue to provide this very essential care. We also saw a real change in the way that care was accessed because of our model of care here in Aotearoa. Many whānau chose to change their place of birth, and that was quite possible because they had a midwife who could continue to provide care for them. That was not the case overseas, where many services consolidated around hospital care provision, whereas we saw a change, and the home birth rate doubled during lockdown period, and we were able to support that because our service model enabled that. But that again came with challenges for the profession in order to provide that care safely, with all of the restrictions that were in place around how they could provide that care.
The other thing that happened within maternity is, whereas the National Hospital Response Framework required that elective surgeries and elective procedures were deferred, that couldn't happen in maternity because elective procedures need to happen in a highly time-constrained environment. So inductions of labour and elective caesarean sections were not able to be postponed until after the end of the lockdown period. So those procedures had to continue, which the whole maternity service had to continue pretty much as usual.
Yeah, and our experience was that the maternity service was not often seen as a front door service for the hospital setting. Our colleagues working in those settings and leadership roles often they were missed out in the acute emergency planning. They weren't recognised as a service that was going to be receiving patients out of the community directly into their facility. So all the plans and organisation that needed to keep those services operating safely took some time to get on board as an essential part of the service as maternity. It's a discrete service, but it's a really important service that's integrated across all of the planning that happens in those settings.
So there were some factors that supported midwifery care provision once they were well implemented. And the problem was, before these were in place, and where there wasn't good, clear communication, there was a lot of frustration, and midwives expressed a lot of stress. But once they were in place, the things that helped were access to adequate PPE in community and hospital settings, inclusion of the LMC midwifery workforce's needs in pandemic planning, because a lot of the pandemic planning was hospital focused, not community focused. There was an idea that the community more or less went virtual, which was not the case for our profession. Support from the college and from the then DHBs to manage the increased number of home births was seen as really essential by midwives to adjust their practice when required. Funded locum cover when midwives themselves had COVID-19 was eventually implemented, and that was really important. And collaborative care between the community and the hospital midwives for women who were suspected to have COVID-19 was also really important, and that was enabled by our integrated care model that we have. And finally, ready availability of rapid antigen tests for midwives was initially very difficult, but became more straightforward as time went on, and that did also support the care.
Thank you.
Yeah, so good.
Thank you. We've heard across the evidence gathering phase of the Commission from people facing births during lockdowns and how stressful that was for new mothers and families facing births, and midwives obviously right there all the way along that journey. And I'm just wondering if you can comment on that toll or the toll that also took on midwives.
Look, certainly, and I think one of the biggest stressors for families, a woman giving birth during that period, was lack of ability to have access to the support people that they would normally choose in a hospital setting, because that was very restricted, and that was part of the rationale for change of birth setting for some people. The stressors that created for midwives when, the public health messaging was, you're in your bubble. These are the people you should be, connected with only. And midwives were having to enter many, many bubbles, and people weren't, the rules around people's bubbles were not the same. And so they were feeling quite exposed and quite concerned. And when you're working in a home setting, you don't have the rules aren't yours. You really are invited into someone's home, and they might be not compliant with what the public health expectations are, but for you as an individual, that's a very hard place to be as a midwife. So there was certainly a lot of stressors that midwives were facing as part of their role in the community. And we hear many stories of midwives isolating themselves from their families so that they could keep themselves and their families safe as possible, coming home, getting changed in the garage, going straight, taking off their clothes, getting straight into the shower so that they could shower off before they went and connected with their families, having to manage providing care out of their car, the back of their car, because they're having to change how they provided services really to try and minimise the face-to-face contact, but still being required to provide the same sort of services, and often in really stressful, complex situations because the services that whānau were accessing were not available to them. So the midwives picking up all that extra need and being, morally and professionally obligated to respond to it in some way, but not necessarily having the tools to do that easily available to them.
I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind when we're thinking about lockdowns is that some of the situations that Alison was just describing would have been the same or worse if we hadn't had lockdowns. And that's because lockdowns were one of the measures that enabled us to initially eliminate and then to keep the rates of COVID transmission low. And so midwives, although they were moving from house to house, nobody else was. And that was an important protective factor for both midwives' health and the health of the public. So we would have been in a much worse situation if we hadn't had a health-based response. And we did see across the world that health professionals were dying due to high rates of COVID transmission. What our health-based response did, including the lockdowns, including the vaccinations, was to keep our COVID rates low and to minimise the risk to the public and to the health professionals. It enabled our health system to keep functioning, and our health system would have collapsed if we hadn't had the health-based response that we had. So of course there are lessons to learn from all of this, but we need to keep in mind that that doesn't mean that the decisions that were made at the time were necessarily the wrong decisions.
Thank you. I would just like to follow up also on what you described as your advocacy role and the feeding back the needs and concerns to government, to the ministry. I wonder if you have any comment about the effectiveness of that channel and that communication channel during the pandemic time.
We certainly had regular, frequent, rapid daily, several times daily communication with relevant people in the maternity team in the Ministry of Health. That was the agency that we were dealing with at the time. Initially, we did experience some frustration with the speed of the accessibility and availability of published advice, which was really desperately needed. We understand there were layers of sign out, and that was an important factor for us to make sure that we had a coordinated, consistent, appropriate response across all health services, rather than, a disparate or inconsistent advice. That would have been really confusing and wouldn't have enabled us to have been as successful as we were in the health management of the pandemic. But there were some bottlenecks, and we had a need for the advice before we could get it signed out by the ministry. We were certainly able to really input into that process, though, in an effective way, because we're a relatively small service. We're a discrete service, so our point of contact was clear, and it was rapid and easy to access the people that we needed to inform them, or for them to inform us about the sort of issues that midwives were facing and the advice that we needed to be providing. So, it was relatively effective, I think, from our perspective. The other issue that we were really successfully able to work through was our vaccination advice for pregnant women, because the advice changed across the pandemic timeframe. But we were able to coordinate closely with our colleagues from the College of Obstetricians and the Ministry of Health, the vaccination team, IMAC, and make sure that we all had a consistent, clear message into what the advice was. And that was a real strength as well, because there was a slightly confusing space because different things happening in different countries. But because of our strong relationships, everybody prioritising this work, working together collaboratively, we were able to make sure we had a consistent message that we were putting forward to the public.
And that was recognised by the World Health Organization as being relatively unique in the world. New Zealand and Australia did have really coordinated and consistent public messaging across the professional colleges and the public service that made a difference to our vaccination rates in pregnancy. So there were some other issues which I identified within our first written submission around the fact that we weren't able to collect data on the rates of vaccination during pregnancy, which potentially hindered some efforts to increase those rates or to put appropriate public health promotion in a targeted way. However, this is the challenges of consistent messaging are that there will be sometimes some delays in the timeliness of the messaging getting out. But that was one of the strengths of our Aotearoa response, was that there was one message most of the time.
That brings us well to the topic of vaccines more generally, and including, as you know, the focus of this session, which is the mandates on the profession. But just sticking with vaccination more generally, you had a consistent message for pregnant women, but I wonder if you could talk with us about the range of views or whether there were concerns amongst the profession in relation to COVID vaccination, or any fears and reluctance for those sorts, or for vaccination.
Certainly. Well, I mean, our experience was when the vaccine was rolled out initially, and there was a phased approach to access to that. Most of the calls we were receiving from midwives were, how come we're not in phase 1? How can we get the vaccine as soon as possible? We're an at-risk group. We're in the community. We're in hospitals providing this care, and so there was, generally speaking, the vaccine was widely wanted by midwives. However, like the general population and like other health professions, we had a small minority of midwives who expressed hesitancy about the vaccine, and some midwives felt very strongly that their individual choice or their rights were imposed or infringed upon because of the mandate. I think has already been submitted into the inquiry. We were very aware of the disinformation and misinformation campaigns that were, actively being promulgated through various social media channels or, various media outlets. And they certainly, those were certainly concerning, the messages that were being promoted and the misinformation that, members of the public and in some cases midwives were being exposed to. We also had some midwives who had previous adverse reactions to vaccines and were worried about their own health and well-being. And so, all of those issues were in the mix, certainly.
There was one very small point that we wanted to make about a future lesson, is that there was an exemption process for people to apply to not have to receive a vaccine or a subsequent vaccine. And we consider that threshold might have been set slightly too high, because there were some people who were vaccinated in good faith and who felt after the sorts of reactions that they had. And I'm talking about, we maybe heard of 2 or 3, so we're not talking about an enormous number here, but that ways of supporting them to work when perhaps a second dose of vaccine might not have been in that specific individual's best interest. But for most people, it was completely fine.
Thank you. Given that view and enthusiasm for taking the vaccine when it was available, do you recall how widely it was taken up within the workforce, but before it became mandatory?
We didn't have that data. We had no way of collecting that data. So no, we only have our sort of sense of that. So no, we're not able to give you any specific data around that. Our sense was that it was widely taken up before the mandate was imposed. It was, the majority of midwives, or the vast majority, were already vaccinated. Yeah.
Thank you. And in terms of that decision to make it mandatory, can you talk to us about your views as an organisation about that decision to make it mandatory?
So we and what we'll say for a start is that the college was and is in strong support of vaccination. The college's board developed a position supporting vaccination as an evidence-based intervention, and individual vaccination was understood to be a public health measure and also an ethical responsibility as a health professional during a pandemic, particularly when we're looking after pregnant women, mothers and new babies. So the college's position was informed by that, the fact that we're health professionals with that population, but also with data from the UK obstetric surveillance system about the impact of the Delta variant on unvaccinated pregnant women, and that found that maternal deaths, significant maternal morbidity and adverse pregnancy outcomes, including stillbirth, were associated with COVID-19 infection and with not being vaccinated. So that was a real eye-opener. It was extremely serious, and it informed the subsequent recommendation of the Ministry of Health for pregnant women to be vaccinated during pregnancy, and also informed our board's position on vaccination for midwives. So we were able to learn from other countries about what was happening with high rates of COVID-19 infection as well, overwhelmed health services, rationalisation of care, high mortality rates in the community, significant numbers of health professionals dying from COVID, higher mortality among Black and ethnic minority communities, including health workers, and we have no doubt that that would have been the same in this country if we had a high rate of COVID-19 infection. So did you want to speak a bit more about the extra mandate?
However, the ministry policy team came to us before the vaccine mandate was announced and asked us what they thought the consequences of a mandate would be. At that time, we were really concerned about the workforce shortages. We have had and still experience significant workforce shortages in the maternity sector for midwifery, and we just simply couldn't afford to lose any midwives from the service. You know, particularly some of our smaller rural communities are really just only just maintaining service viability. You know, you can't, one midwife can make the difference between a service continuing to be available or not. And we raised this issue with the Ministry of Health and said we would really bar prefer and recommended a sort of educative, supportive approach that we thought we could continue to get the vaccine hesitant people over the line with a supportive approach that mandating the vaccine would have unintended consequences of really driving people to make a forced choice and making them leave the workforce when that might not have been the case if we'd had the opportunity to have a different approach. So we clearly signalled that advice to the Ministry of Health, but the decision was made. And once that decision was made, our responsibility as a professional association was to support the pandemic response, to get in behind how we worked as an organisation to continue to support our members who were continuing to work amongst all the restrictions and all the issues that they were experiencing, and to continue along that way. Obviously, individual members we supported as much as we could, and we worked really hard to do that. But that was the position we were in, and that the larger issue for us was making sure that the maternity service could continue to function in spite of those workforce shortages and the constraints that workers were facing.
There came a time during the mandate when Omicron had arrived, the Delta variant was subsiding, and at that time we wrote to the then Minister of Health to ask for the evidence on the ongoing mandates to be reviewed. And in hindsight, the mandate may have been longer than was necessary. It certainly served a purpose at the time, but with the borders opening in 2022, the risk to the public of unvaccinated health workers wearing, let's say, full PPE is likely to have been lower than the risk of chronically understaffed maternity facilities. And this understaffing was present from prior to the mandate. I'm not suggesting that we had significant understaffing as a result of the mandates, but if we could get any more workers potentially wearing full PPE available, then that might have been helpful. Particularly as we had influenza and other respiratory viruses coming back on shore once the borders opened as well. So there was a lot of sick leave once the borders reopened, and it wasn't just COVID-19.
So you talk about those chronic shortages and not all being attributed to the mandate. Can you tell us about the impact that the mandate did have on your workforce that you observed in terms of either further uptake of vaccines or people choosing to leave the workforce?
Certainly, I mean, again, our evidence is anecdotal because we don't have data we haven't got any data to speak to, but we're aware there would have been a small number of midwives who probably were, chose to be vaccinated because they were forced to make a choice to continue to work or not. What we saw across the profession was in some regions we had 100% vaccine uptake. Particularly we saw that in regions where there'd already been some experience of COVID in the facilities or the communities they were working in, particularly Auckland, where most of the cases were. We have very, very high vaccination or 100% vaccination rates in those settings. But we did have this very uneven geographic distribution of areas where some midwives chose not to be vaccinated, and some there were sort of small pockets of groups they were the issues. They were the regions that did suffer significant workforce issues immediately after the vaccine mandate was put in place, because there was enough of a grouping that impacted on the service delivery in those regions, and that took a lot of effort in those places to make sure that women were mapped into new midwives care, or that facilities were able to access alternative workers to continue to function.
Yeah, I think one of the things to be clear about is that the College of Midwives didn't impose the mandate, but we did take responsibility for communicating with our members so they were aware of their requirements and so on. And we fielded a lot of calls from midwives who were asking questions about what that meant for them. And ultimately, some people just wanted to have that conversation about the vaccine before they went on to be vaccinated themselves.
I think there's another point to consider around the purpose of vaccination, which is obviously vaccinating health workers is obviously to protect the public and the people that they're caring for. But there's a responsibility for employers to make sure that their workers are are safe to work through a pandemic as well. And certainly in a work context, having vaccinated, unvaccinated workers is a challenge, because you're dealing with sick people who maybe, have the infection, and in every facility would have had COVID positive 19 women coming in needing care. And, if you've got vaccinated and unvaccinated workers in the work setting, that's a real challenge for the work setting to manage, to make sure that you're safely looking after your team in the right way.
Just turning now to looking at the future, if we were to use mandates as part of the tools as responding to a pandemic in the future, is there, from your experience, a way that, or changes in the way that they're implemented that could improve the experience from this first time around?
I just want to, finish off on the last point very briefly, but a really important and key learning that I think we need to take from this particular mandate was that Te Whatu Ora Health New Zealand had not prepared for the end of the vaccination mandate on the 26th of September 2022, and the government was always clear that the mandate was a temporary measure. When the end of the mandate was announced on the 15th of September, we still had quite some time before that actually occurred, a couple of weeks, and yet there was no policy in place within Health New Zealand to re-employ those who had left, midwives or any other health profession who had left under the mandate. And it was advised that that so-called mandate, although it wasn't any longer a legislative mandate, would remain in place until a national vaccination policy was put in place. So that was initially expected to take two to 3 weeks. That took 9 months. And there was no re-employment of midwives or any other health staff in just about every hospital in the country of unvaccinated health workers until that national vaccination policy was put in place on the 4th of July 2023. And that meant that the health service was starved unnecessarily of staff that could have been supporting that work. And what happened was that we supported a lot of such as the numbers were, it felt like a lot, but it was intensive support for a few midwives to be able to go back into those facilities and work as locums or contractors or anything that meant that they could provide midwifery care, but just simply not be under an employment contract, which is a workaround, and it was completely ridiculous. So we need to always be enabling our staff in health to work when we needed it.
Yeah. What was your question? Sorry.
So it was about the future.
So if we're looking at mandates as a potential tool again in the future, is there any tweaks to how it's implemented or the rules around it that you would that would improve the experience from this time round? And I think the exemption process is one that you mentioned earlier on. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I suppose we would really support an approach that would consider how we can retain workers in the workforce as much as possible for as long as possible, and looking at all the tools that we have available and their effectiveness. We had the RAT tests available, and yet we were still unable to bring our unvaccinated workers back when they could potentially be using daily RAT tests, for example. And none of those tools were available to us because it was a very hard line. The mandate was a very, very hard line, and it didn't seem to be able to be nuanced. And I think the other thing is the review of the policy and all the settings happening on a regular basis and in a very nuanced way. For example, the mandate was put in place when we had the Delta variant, coming like a truck from overseas, and as we described earlier, the very, very real consequences in pregnancy for that variant of the virus. By the time it came, it was Omicron. It was much milder. We didn't see the same effects, but there was no revisiting of the settings, and that was, I think they were looking to wait till the winter respiratory illness season was over before they intended to lift the mandate. But in our view, it probably could have been lifted sooner because the risks were less, and so that risk assessment of what is the risk of an unvaccinated worker in the health system versus what's the risk of a chronically understaffed health service or maternity service. There has to be a nuance and balance, and that constant risk assessment on a regular basis, so that those settings can be revisited, so that we're actually not causing potential harm to the public by not having our services fully staffed.
We did think about this in quite a bit of detail, and I think the bottom line for us is that we would always support a health-based response to any given pandemic, a response that preserves life and maintains the capacity of the health system. That has to be the absolute bottom line, and then how that is managed is highly dependent on the nature of the infection which causes any future pandemic, which includes its mode of transmission, its virility, the severity of the presentation, and we can't really speculate on what future responses might look like or whether a mandate per se would be the right thing to do, because that's going to be highly context dependent. But hopefully the lessons from this review would inform a nuanced response which maintains the ability of health workers to keep doing work as much as possible and to get very high vaccination rates, obviously.
Just before I turn to commissioners, we've been speaking about the future in terms of mandates, but are there any other aspects of your experience of the pandemic response overall that you can learn from, and that would an advice that you would suggest that could help us better prepare for pandemics in the future that you'd like to add?
I think many of the messages that our colleagues from NZNO gave, we would support. I think they gave some thoughtful and considered responses to that. We would add that making sure that the maternity service and midwifery is really considered front and centre in pandemic planning, and that wasn't our experience initially, because the focus went on the other services that we're going to be dealing with, managing the overwhelm with COVID positive patients. But actually the maternity service is a front door service. It's always acute. It's always on. And that, we had to really advocate us to be included in those considerations. So I think that we have to make sure that midwives and maternity services are really front and centre in the conversations that are important to them. And that includes making sure we've got equitable access to all the resources that we need. The other thing we would really strongly advise is that pregnant women have unique needs, particularly when it comes to things like treatments, novel vaccinations, and we really need to smarten that up to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity to really protect a vulnerable population. And that we learned a lot through the pandemic, and we've certainly seen in the international literature now, it's really shifted the conversation about how we should be considering pregnancy and potential clinical trials. What are the things we need to be thinking about there? So that is something we would also really be wanting to make sure was front and centre in thinking as well.
As probably has been said in other submissions, but it would be really essential to involve Māori public health experts and community experts early in the pandemic planning as well, and the management from the outset. It was through reaching into the communities that Māori vaccination rates were able to be increased, but that was only later on, and there was an unnecessary delay in that way.
I think our other point around the consistency in messaging and advice around things like vaccination recommendations in pregnancy or public health advice, we learn because of our experience last time, those were because we already have strong collaborative relationships, that we were able to engage in a way that enabled that to happen. But ideally, those things should be systematised and baked in, so that we're not relying on good collaboration because of relationships. They should be expectations that we have across the system and how we work. And I think that other message would be the one we've already discussed around that constant revisiting of settings. The mandate was a very hard line. It was legislative. It was difficult to change, and yet, there could have been opportunities to reconsider that if there were different tools that were in place around how we made those changes.
Thank you. I'll just turn to commissioners now to ask any questions before we close the session.
Not from me. Thank you very much.
No, I have no questions. That's been enormously helpful. Very, very insightful contributions, if I may say so, and great to have you contributing in that way. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. We did just want to close with a reflection on our experience of the pandemic, and that was that midwives stepped up during the pandemic across the country, despite concerns about their own well-being or the well-being of their families, in order to continue to provide essential healthcare when a lot of other health services went virtual or ceased operation for the duration of lockdowns. So midwives did that in uncertain and sometimes frightening circumstances for themselves, and we feel really proud of our profession's commitment to the communities they served during that period. The other thing that we would say is that our model of maternity care in New Zealand was a strength, as it was able to flex and move with the preferences and needs of the women and whānau who are at the centre of our care, so they were able to continue to receive seamless care, including when they changed their birth plans and preferences, or in fact when, you know, a small number of them became unwell. So we just reiterate our point that midwives need to be involved in future pandemic planning.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be resuming at 2:00 with the next session.
Welcome back to this afternoon's sessions. We're going to begin with 3 video witnesses, Jodie Streak, Megan McNamara and Joe Day, followed by a witness on research about mandates in healthcare. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jodie Streak. I'm one of the occupational therapists. I was working on the COVID ward during the 6-week lockdown. So we had first-hand experience of obviously people coming into hospital and treating them as best we could whilst we were on the ward. It was exhausting working on the wards for the 6 weeks because you had, from an allied health perspective, nursing I think was slightly different, but from an allied health perspective, it was minimal staff, like the absolute bare minimum, because they wanted as few people to work on the wards for obvious reasons as possible. So it was quite tiring because you were seeing quite a lot of people with quite high turnover, and it was very hard to get a break. And also when you work in the PPE, it's actually quite hard at times to work it. I don't know how the nurses did it, because at least we got a bit of a break, you know, because we could actually go off the ward into the OT office and take our mask off. I find it very difficult to have the mask on and all the full PPE for longer than a couple of hours. Really was it was, you know, hard work. Enlightening to see how all these young people coming in and how severely affected they were, and quite harrowing in regards to the people that went up to ICU and then ended up dying. You know, we saw quite a bit of that actually, and it did make you really appreciate the fact that people were in lockdown, to be honest, because it was just an awful disease. Without the vaccine, it was an awful disease to have to try and fight, because we were looking at, you know, young people, not just people in their 80s or immunosuppressed or biologically compromised with different conditions like MS or emphysema or things like that might affect your breathing. You know, we're talking young, healthy people coming in and being massively affected. So yeah, the 6-week lockdown, purely from a contagion point of view, saved an awful lot of lives. And I'm not going to dispute that at all. So I think maybe for me as well, it made a difference because I've still got a lot of my friends and colleagues who work in health in the UK. So I probably saw it at its worst, you know, because I obviously had a lot of correspondence with my friends and colleagues, a lot of who work in medical admissions units and stuff like that. And they had it a lot worse in the UK, obviously, for obvious reasons, apart from population, etc. But yeah, so I think the 6-week lockdown saved an awful lot of lives, and I think the people who don't think it did really need to look at the statistics for, you know, how New Zealand fared compared to other countries. We did lose a lot of, due to the vaccination mandate. That was the biggest issue. I think we did lose a lot of good staff because we had staff that did not want to get vaccinated for various reasons. Some of them were immunocompromised. Some of them had had reactions to vaccinations in the past. So, you know, so it's quite, there's lots of various different reasons why, but we did lose a lot of good staff. I really think that some of the people that did lose their jobs could have worked from home if it had been better organised. I really do. We even put for the health board, for one of them in particular, one of the community staff, everybody else together, put like a form to suggest to the management about how this person could work from home, how beneficial it would be, all the sorts of jobs they could do from home, which would benefit the service, because we really didn't want to lose this person. But the management, and I can see why at the time, but the management said no, one rule for everybody, and yeah, she just lost her job, and that was really sad. In my community, they all knew that I worked at the hospital and that I was an essential worker, but I learned quite early on not to discuss vaccinations and stuff like that, or I suspect I would have lost a few friends. And there was one friend in particular where we agreed not to talk about it because I wouldn't say we came to blows, but it was quite close. Because feelings were very, very strong at the time. So I just avoided it, really. I support people who don't want to be vaccinated. I've not got an issue with that as long as it doesn't affect anybody else. So I think, and I think what wasn't understood, and this may be just me, but I think people that aren't vaccinated or at the time, if they got COVID, they tended to have a higher viral load, which meant that they were more prone, they were essentially more contagious. What annoyed me more than anything was people who weren't vaccinated, who had COVID. I mean, they put themselves at risk, but that's fine. That's their choice. That's, I'm not going to say anything against that. But I think when they would deliberately go out to other people and infect them, because they didn't think COVID was a big problem, that was what irritated. Yeah, that was what I thought was unsafe practice. Like I say, I think everything was done in a rush, but I think that was appropriate because it needed to be done now. To save, essentially to save lives, really, but and to stop the spread. I think what we've learned from that is hopefully if another pandemic comes, we have now got a template to work from as to what we should do and what we shouldn't. I think that we should have better things organized so people can work at home safely, and have that option to either work at home or work in a different area, or maybe even change their job or their role for 6 weeks so that we don't lose the worker themselves, which is what we did in the last one. Yeah, I think basically you need to respect people's choices, and you need to give people all the information that's required. Like I say, I think it's up to them, but I think protocols should be put in place. And I think that's what we've learned from the COVID previously. I think for a pandemic now, we should have protocols in place, which will say, right, okay, if we have to have another lockdown, this is what will happen. This is what will be expected. This is how we will modify. Whereas I don't think, in all fairness, we had time to do that previously, which is why I think it wasn't as well organised, but it had to be done. That's how I think it.
Hello, my name is Megan Lee McNamara, and today I'm going to be talking about the experience of being a mandated mental health nurse, and that completely life-changing and devastating experience, which is something that I am still getting psychological support for now. So I got a job at the Canterbury District Health Board, at the Child and Adolescent Emergency Mental Health Team. My team leader and my manager both knew my significant health history and that I had a written medical exemption to not require the vaccine. They completely agreed with me, having heard my medical history. And as the time went on, I was only working with them for 5 weeks. 3 weeks in, the mandates were announced, and I knew that I was about to be mandated out of work. And so I was quite vocal about some of the experiences I'd had with my health, so that when I was just gone, a couple of weeks later, they wouldn't turn around, hopefully, and say, oh, where'd that nurse go? Oh, she was just an anti-vaxxer. When the government did release its sort of official exemption requirements, I didn't actually even qualify to apply, despite having a life-threatening allergy to PEG, which is an ingredient in the Pfizer vaccine, and the clotting, the 3 clotting disorders, the brain aneurysm, as I've mentioned. Anyway, I went in to see a GP at the local clinic near my house. He'd earlier promised me a written exemption, but had said, there's no need to give me one now. The government's not going to mandate. When I went back and saw him in October 21, he popped open his health direct database that he is guided by. It just stated, at the moment, no exemptions are allowed while the government decided what to do. Okay, so you've asked about what happened in my workplace. I mostly had people who had heard my medical history and felt, as medical staff, they felt that I had every reason to be given a medical exemption. But then I also had some people who were hostile towards me. So people in my workplace did were dismissive or hostile towards me, and when speaking about some of the clients that would be treating who were choosing not to be vaccinated. I guess what I wanted to add in terms of the reasons I chose not to be vaccinated was, I've been vaccinated with all the other vaccines before it came to COVID. This vaccine was approved only under emergency use authorization. Frankly, I want to highlight that why on earth should I ever have to ask for an exemption to say no to a medical treatment? I'm a human being. I have the right to make informed decisions about my body. And actually, I have the right to make decisions that are uninformed. It's my body. Why is it not my choice? Especially as a child, as a survivor of childhood sexual assault, why don't I have the right to choose what happens to my body? As I'd just been working for the last 5 weeks and trained up in the child and adolescent emergency team, I had a very supportive team above me who had suggested that, seeing I was not able to keep my job and work in the clinic, maybe I could take triage calls from home, and would that be something I'd be willing to do? And I absolutely said yes. I'd never not worked. I was very concerned about how I was going to cope without a job. She went off and spoke to the people above her and was advised that no, every single person working for the Canterbury District Health Board must be vaccinated, whether you're working from home or not. Yes, I was not allowed to work at home on Zoom. The impact on my life was that I feel like I lost everything: my marriage, my job, my home, my community. I consider my world now to be the events that happened before COVID and the No Jab, No Job Day and the events from that day. I went from helping suicidal teens and loving my job to being so depressed I could barely get out of bed. Luckily, my mother and my best friend were also going through this, and so I had some support during that time. After I was removed from my career, I had nothing to do, nowhere to go except the protests. I really spent a lot of time laying in bed, very depressed. I joined the Wellington Convoy and ended up camping at Parliament for 3 weeks in protest against the mandates. I ended up live streaming every day with my new friend Chantel Baker. Since the protest, I met Gayleen Barnes. She is the director of a film, River of Freedom, which I helped make. The protest ended. I was really, really struggling. I sort of ended up couch surfing, staying at people's houses, couldn't afford rent and petrol and food on the benefit. And so I would do, little bits of work, cash jobs for painting inside houses, gardening, cleaning. Eventually, I ended up working as a dancer in a club because I didn't need a vaccine passport to do that. I sat outside the club one night before one of the very few shifts that I did, and I thought about how my life had changed. I'd gone from being a well-respected health professional, training student nurses, working at a top mental health facility in Melbourne, collaborating with Melbourne University, earning a 6-figure salary, traveling around the world, and here I was now dancing in my lingerie to cover my rent and my petrol. The anger that I felt was palpable. At the very start of the mandates and the segregation, all I had was questions about the vaccine. I certainly didn't think it was good or not good. I just had questions. What about the data? Because I spoke out, I went to protests and held signs up. I had a lot of abuse from people, verbal abuse, online abuse, huge amounts of it, whether it come from family, from people who had been my close friends. But I also had objects thrown at me by people who didn't want me to stand and talk to them. I was told that I should, basically as a nurse, I must be crazy to not get a vaccine. Vaccines are safe and effective, and I hope that you die alone of COVID. I stood with a friend outside the hospital holding up a sign saying "End the mandates," and a person in their car tried to run us over. I couldn't believe that people would be so awful to other human beings. We need to, moving forward, look at what is ethical medicine. We need to stop using fear to silence people. We need to be able to allow people to have different opinions, allow debate. So yes, aside from ensuring we have ethical medical services and differences of opinion being allowed, the mandates removed informed consent. What should we learn? Gosh, I know so many people that are waiting for acknowledgement. We stood on the lawns of Parliament and asked our government to acknowledge us and recognise that we had some concerns. They didn't acknowledge us. We'd like to be acknowledged. And dare I say it, I'd like an apology. You know, I'm sorry that we destroyed your entire career, locked your husband out of the country to the point where, you know, 9 months apart was just too long for us to be able to rebuild our marriage. Section 11 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990 guarantees everyone the right to refuse medical treatment. This means that, you know, I'm supposed to be allowed the autonomy to decline medical intervention, even when it is recommended by health professionals. That was not upheld. So if there was ever a pandemic again, anything which, you know, sure, you're telling us they're going to be coming in faster waves, we should never be mandating anything. If there is risk, there should always be choice. No government official should ever have the power to make someone lose their job because they won't take a medical treatment.
Hi, my name is Jo. During the pandemic, I was mandated out of my job as a sports coordinator at an intermediate school, and that was pretty devastating. The reason I chose not to be vaccinated was that there was already information coming out that it was not, it hadn't been tested, that it was an experimental vaccine, and the reports from other countries were showing that it wasn't safe or effective. And so I was confused as to why the government was mandating something that wasn't proven or safe. When the mandates were announced and it became clear that I wasn't going to get vaccinated, I had discussions with the school principal as to what options I could offer up to keep my job. I gave him 3 options at the time. One was I was prepared to take 12 months leave, thinking that the mandates would only last for 3 to 6 months, and that would give plenty of time for the mandates to be over and go back to my job. That one was turned down because the Board of Trustees decided it wouldn't be fair on a replacement to only offer them a 12-month contract. Even though, as a staff, we're entitled to take extended leave and ask for that. Many times it's been given for teachers to travel or whatnot. I wasn't a teacher, I was on the admin staff, but that was refused point blank. The other option I gave was I could do the job from home, given that 90% of the job was done by email. It was emailing the parents, arranging school teams, arranging kids to be in place, you know, all that stuff. It was all done by email. The contact I had with children was minimal, and I felt that for the 10% that I needed, that if there was a staff member that would be willing to run some meetings at morning tea times, that would be the only contact that they needed to have with the kids doing my job. So that was turned down. The other option I gave was I was happy to go part-time, more part-time than what I was, and job share, and that I would do all the admin behind the scenes and have someone on a very part-time basis coming in to do that minimal contact with the kids. I also was in my own office that was completely away from any other staff, any child. That too was, so all 3 options were turned down. So they chose to fire me instead. It was so devastating to be told that. You know, my principal had said to me, for any replacement, he's like, it's going to take 2 years for them to get up to speed with what you do, to, you know, to be as competent in the job as what you are. But the Board of Trustees has made this decision. So, yeah. So how the mandates made me feel was less than, like that I wasn't classed as a full citizen with rights, that I was somehow not worthy, not that I was an outcast, basically. I mean, they didn't even announce I was leaving at school. One day I was there, the next day I was gone. There was no acknowledging anything. It was, but the whole mandate thing, I've never felt like that in my life before. It was such a two-tiered society. It was, I felt like I don't want to overplay, but it was like that we had this label that even though I wasn't wearing a label, I felt like everybody could see that I was somehow dirty or different, or it was awful. So the effect of choosing not to be vaccinated and after getting mandated out of my job was total devastation to me. I mean, I don't remember about 6 months of that time. It's just a blur of me. I felt like I just sat on the couch and couldn't. Sorry. I felt like I sat on the couch and just functioning was beyond me. It was that, and I don't think it was depression. It was just absolute devastation at what had happened. My family was supportive to a degree, and then my immediate family, and then I think they probably got a bit angry that I was not giving in and not getting vaccinated because they had to. So that was hard. My daughter was early 20s at the time, and that put a huge strain on our relationship. We were as close as a mother and daughter could be, and she hardly spoke to me for 6 months, which was devastating. Like, I'm going to use that word a lot, but it's been a long road back to rebuild our relationship. Extended family I couldn't go to their house, or they wouldn't come to our house. They refused to have any physical close proximity to me. That went on for about 6 months as well. It was like nothing I've ever experienced before. And it's hard to articulate it clearly, because even now, after all this time, it's really raw. I think I've moved on, and then we have, talking to you, and it brings back those feelings of, and I don't even know if I can name what those feelings are, because they're so dark. The government needs to be held accountable for the actions that they took, because they were far harsher than they needed to be. You need to quarantine the sick, not the healthy. Don't mandate a vaccine that isn't safe or effective or proven. It divided families. It ruined so many businesses. The devastation is so far-reaching that it's horrendous that they did what they did, and we should never do that again. It's still hard to talk about, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're joined now by Dr. Denise Wilson, who's a Professor of Māori Health at Auckland University of Technology, and has conducted research into the impact of mandated COVID-19 vaccinations on healthcare professionals in New Zealand. Professor Wilson is joining us from Melbourne. So welcome, Professor Wilson. Thank you very much for joining us. I wonder, would you be able to start, please, by setting out for us, introducing yourself and setting out for us your background and current role?
Kia ora koutou katoa, nā mihi nā hana kia koutou e rangatinga mā. Ko wai ai ko he uri a hau tainui Ngāti Porou ki Hirotonga whakatohia, Ngāti Oniwani mea Ngāti Tū Poretoa. So I'm a professor at Auckland University of Technology and do research in the area of health service delivery, among other things, but Māori health and the engagement people have with health mainly. But we undertook the study with, it ended up being 12 health professionals, and the aim of the study was to understand the context and decision making that was associated with mandates influencing their decision whether to uptake the mandated vaccines or not. And our recruitment was really slow. We I guess found out once we started doing the interviews that people didn't really want to speak out. They didn't want to be known, and I'll come to that a bit later. We were going to interview the HR people at the DHBs, but they declined because they didn't want to relitigate the stress and the difficult times that everybody endured around the mandated COVID vaccines. So we had, out of 12 people that we interviewed, doctors, chiropractor, registered nurses, a clinical nurse specialist, enrolled nurses, and clinical managers. And I think it's noteworthy to recognise that participants cried through the interviews because of the distress, but they welcomed the opportunity to be able to say or tell their story because nobody had listened to it. So the overall findings, we found that there was mandated induced traumatic decision making and loss. All the participants that we had held positive attitudes towards vaccines, but they recounted experiences of trauma associated with the decision making. And as a result of choosing not to continue or choosing not to have the vaccines as scheduled, they experienced significant loss in their lives. Their decisions manifested primarily in the termination of their employment. They had a loss and a change in their relationships with friends and family. It divided family and made these participants feel like outcasts, with people not talking to them. And they were placed in positions where they had to choose between work and family. Other people's attitudes towards them meant that they shrouded themselves in a cloak of silence and continued to do so. And that related to the stigma of being somebody who was an anti-vaxxer, opposing vaccine mandates, which wasn't the case at all. And I think it's useful to note that these participants are highly experienced health professionals who were able to add to their decision making as much information as they could find, even going to the point of ringing Pfizer and talking to people in Pfizer about the vaccine. So that decision making process was relatively extensive, but they felt that some of them had to get vaccinated despite having medical conditions that they could have got an exemption for, but they needed to pay their bills, pay their mortgage or rent, and they needed to feed their families. So there was, I guess, that a consequence of the mandated vaccines was that they were their employment was terminated, and this was often rather abruptly, and it was done with little recognition of the contribution that these health professionals had been making to their areas of practice up until that time. And I think it's useful to remember that this is a time when we're very aware that there's a shortage of health professionals here in Aotearoa. So instead of experiencing people being kind, instead they felt that people were nasty and that their identities as healthcare professionals were diminished and demeaned, to the point that most of them could not get re-employment back in the healthcare setting. So there was noted to be a significant shift in people's attitudes within their lives and workplaces when they opted not to continue to have the scheduled vaccines, or they chose for various reasons not to have the vaccine. And I guess, that was an area of conflict where people became quite heated about the nature of mandates, and so, they avoided talking about it. So I guess what that did was silence and isolate those health professionals. And they talk about just having their jobs terminated, that there was no farewell, there was no process of them leaving, although that process could be quite extended. So for one person, that termination process took 12 months. So what we found is that their decisions not to have the mandated vaccines have ongoing and destructive impacts on their lives. They've lost their employment, they've been treated negatively, and in a couple of cases they talked about being trespassed from their places of work, and that's how they knew that they were losing their jobs. So it was done in a way that didn't uphold their dignity at all, and they had this enduring marginalisation from work, colleagues, families and friends, and they were excluded from events in society. So, and that reflected, according to them, that community intolerance for those who were unvaccinated. It also created enormous financial burdens in their lives, with them having to make some decisions around where they could live and what have you. But they did wonder why some thought had not been put into using the skill and expertise of these health professionals in roles like Healthline or some of the backroom functions as alternative pathways for employment during this time. So I think we can't underplay the extensive psychological and emotional effects and the unresolved grief that these participants have. Not only did they feel that they've lost their careers, but they also feel like they've lost their identities. They had their clinical histories dismissed in that decision-making process, and their commitment to the health service at the time was dismissed and not taken seriously. So, I think what we found was that the need for more compassionate approach than restrictive policies around mandates that negatively impacted these participants. And I'm sure there was a lot more, with similar experiences, and that ethical notion of do no harm was not really upheld during the implementation of this government-directed policy, in recognition that this was an unfolding response to the pandemic, where people here and globally were trying to work out what the best way was to manage it. But I think there are solutions to avoid harm here, and particularly around the processes where people employment it comes under question.
Just pause you before we come to the recommendations to reduce harm. You started by saying that the people you spoke to had positive attitudes towards vaccination. Can you just explain that a little bit more?
So some of them had none of the vaccines, but they all talked about the positive aspects of having a vaccine available, and that people had the choice to have the vaccine. So, they, even though they become anti-vaxxers or anti-mandate and had to wear those labels, they didn't become that, sorry, but they wore the labels that other people put on them as anti-vaxxers or anti-mandate. They saw the role of vaccines as part of getting over that pandemic. So, yeah.
And can you explain a bit more the range of reasons then that they had for not getting vaccinated themselves?
If you just give me a thing. So some of them were that they had reactions to the vaccine, quite potentially life-threatening reactions to the vaccines. Others had seen other people. We had some people who seen others who had had nasty reactions, or a couple of people who'd had the vaccine and then they died. There were some who chose not to have the vaccines on religious and spiritual grounds as well. But they'd probably fall into the main categories.
Thank you. Just one more question on the consequences you've described. They include things like stigma. I think you used the words that people became heated, and community intolerance. I wonder to what extent, in your view, were the consequences a result of the public view of vaccination or attitude towards unvaccinated people, as opposed to necessarily the mandate policy itself. Do you have a comment on that?
I think people, I think it was directed at individuals themselves and their choice to be not to have vaccinations. So I think there was quite a divide, and some of the participants talked about that. All of a sudden, within their families, you were either, had the vaccination or you didn't have the vaccination, and so there was this chasm that the vaccine mandates created, and I think it particularly was highlighted in those areas where the government mandated people to have the vaccine, and I think it become a lot more publicly seen, rather than in a family deciding whether to have a vaccine or not. Wasn't necessarily so open to scrutiny, and so there was a shift in public opinion in the communities. And I think these participants experienced that in some of the harshest ways possible.
A second related question, and I think the words you used were that it wasn't implemented in a way that upheld dignity. Do you think the policy could have been implemented in a different way that could have upheld dignity?
I think, from the participants' descriptions, of the sudden, chopping off, you're no longer working here. Some of the people had to arrange to get their belongings because they'd been trespassed from the organisation. I mean, that's quite harsh, and it certainly doesn't uphold an individual's dignity in those situations. So, like good human relations practice would keep people's dignity held central at all times. And I think there's some compassion around this and some understanding. So I think things could be changed in the policy around compassion and what have you. But I think also thinking around, if people are going to be exited out for a period of time, then what is the plan to re-enter them in? And while they're out, when we're under such a lot of strain as a country in the health system, why wasn't there the option that they could have some of those backroom sort of functions like Healthline or something like that, or that they could work from home? I think there's options that could be looked at, and I think going forward that we should be thinking about embedding that in policy.
That probably overlaps with where I'd interrupted you anyway when you were talking about recommendations. Are there any other recommendations or aspects that you draw from your research?
I think there needs to be some sort of balancing of public good in terms of reducing disease transmission with the long-term harm and unintended consequences that have gone with the decisions that unvaccinated or people who have chosen not to continue to have the vaccination have been subjected to. I think there needs to be a clearer pathway for clinicians with clinical histories and serious medical conditions, so they don't feel like they have to make such a drastic choice. And a couple of them made choices to have the vaccine, even though they had some serious effects after they'd had the vaccines. I think looking at those human resource processes, I think are critical. And yeah, just what I said before about the transparent pathways of exiting and re-entry into employment.
And just one final question. We've heard this morning even and across the course of the inquiry about how important high levels of vaccination was to the public health response and to protecting the public and the health system. And you've spoken about the balance of public good with this harm, but do you think these can be balanced or achieved without mandates, or was mandates a necessary part of achieving that public health response?
I think it's really interesting in terms of the other study that looked at the impacts on which I can't go into all the details today, but
could you just explain what that study was just briefly for commissioners?
So that was a study that was undertaken by primarily Professor Gail Pacheco and Dr. Lisa Meehan, and they looked at the IDI, their integrated data infrastructure, to look at the impacts around vaccine, particularly on work. But the key thing that sticks in my mind is that at the time that the mandates were put into place, 90% of people had already had the vaccinations. So, was it going to make any shift by mandating and taking away people's right to choose, because it is a vaccination could be classified as a medical intervention, and I think mandates take away the autonomy and agency that people have around their choice.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask if commissioners have any questions they'd like to follow up with.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions because I just didn't quite hear right at the very beginning about the methodology for your study. So could you just answer for me? So what was the sample size?
So we had 12 in it, and it was a qualitative study whereby we interviewed these participants, and it was listening to their story, and we then looked across what the collective story was across the 12 participants. We would have liked to have had more, but I think it became quite apparent that even these people in our study were very conscious of the possibility of being identified, and they didn't want that, and because they didn't feel that it was safe talking about it, but it gave them an opportunity for somebody to listen to their stories.
Mm-hmm. And so did you interview them face to face, or was it a telephone or a Zoom kind of interview?
Pretty much all of them were face to face, except some were via Zoom. Yeah.
Right, okay. And when you said that it was an opportunity for them to share their stories, did you interview them in a kind of question and answer kind of way, or was it a fairly open kind of invitation to talk?
We went around, we were really interested in understanding, what things were like for you around deciding whether to have the COVID-19 vaccine or not, but also, what's formed part of your decision-making process, and left it pretty open. And we had some prompt questions as well, if need be. And they lasted about 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. And when did you conduct the study? How long after the mandates was the study conducted?
Oh gosh, all that time is a bit of a blur for me. It was the year before last, 2023.
Okay, thank you. And is this study now published?
It's published in Kōtuitui, which is the Journal for Social Science. There's online, and it's a New Zealand journal. That's the Royal Society Te Aparangi has. It's one of their journals.
Right. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Kia ora, thank you so much for that contribution. We will not only consider the points that you've made, but we will access the journal article and make sure that we've taken it fully on board. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me to come and talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilson. We're now going to have a break and come back at 3 p.m.
Welcome to this next session. The witness that we have now is Professor Michael Plank from Canterbury. Professor Plank, can you introduce yourself, please?
Kia ora, yes, my name's Michael Plank. I'm a professor of applied mathematics at the University of Canterbury.
What was your role, what was your position during the COVID pandemic?
So during the pandemic, I was part of a group of researchers and academics who provided modelling for the government in support of the pandemic response. So we worked closely throughout the pandemic with officials from a range of government departments, such as Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, Ministry of Health, the Office of the Prime Minister's Chief Science Advisor, Treasury, and others. And we also collaborated and sought feedback from a wider group of experts with expertise in epidemiology, public health, and Māori health as well.
Going back to modelling, can you explain what modelling is?
Yeah, so modelling can refer to a range of things. So it's important to bear in mind it's not just a single thing, but it's a range of tools that are suitable for different purposes. But generally speaking, modelling is a way to understand and predict how an infectious disease is going to spread through a population and the impact that will have. It's not a crystal ball. It's generally not able to provide precise predictions. And it generally simplifies a lot of the complexity of human populations, human behavior. And so, of course, that means it has limitations and it needs to be interpreted and used appropriately. But overall, it provides a tool that can help understand at a broad brush level, a big picture level, to understand how an epidemic is likely to unfold under different scenarios and how it might respond to different interventions. As a tool, it can't tell you what to do, it can't tell you what decision to make, but it enables decisions to be made with a fuller understanding of their likely consequences on the course of the pandemic.
So what sort of things were you modelling during the pandemic?
Yeah, so at the beginning of the pandemic, we were modelling the potential impact that COVID-19 could have in New Zealand's population if no action were taken to try and control it, with a particular focus on demand for healthcare treatment and hospitals. As we went into lockdown, during the lockdown, we were using modelling, for example, to estimate the probability that the virus had been eliminated. And that probability increased as the number of cases fell off. And then during the elimination period, often when a community case would crop up, we were often called upon to try and estimate how many other cases could be out there in the community. Later on, we modelled the impact that vaccination could have. So the reduction in the risk posed by COVID-19 as an increasing fraction of our population became vaccinated. And we were also modelling the risk of an outbreak under different combinations of border measures as well, so MIQ and different testing policies. And then after elimination ended and we started to sort of have, living with the virus in the community, we were using modelling to provide situational awareness, so trying to understand current and future epidemic trends, and also to compare different policy options. So, for example, different policies around isolation requirements for confirmed cases and that sort of thing. So a lot of that modelling was done, in real time during the pandemic to provide evidence and to try and support decision making and the public health response. We've also subsequently done, some retrospective modelling where, with the benefit of hindsight, we can look back. We can use all the data that we have now to try and understand, how the pandemic responded to different interventions. And to think about how, what it could have looked like in different situations or under different policy decision making.
As part of that retrospective analysis, have you published a paper or are an author in a paper that's been published called The Impact of COVID-19 Vaccination in Aotearoa, New Zealand, a Modelling Study?
Yes, that's right.
And I think that's available online. We don't need a library card at the Canterbury University to see that, do we?
Yes, I believe that should be open access, so anyone can access that at the link. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So what was the purpose of that study?
So the purpose of that study was to take a look back at particularly the Omicron period. So that's sort of from the beginning of 2022 onward, when we had large numbers of cases in the community. To take a look back and to try and understand what the impact of the virus could have been under different sort of hypothetical scenarios with different levels of vaccine coverage. So essentially asking the question, what would have happened if we'd faced those Omicron waves without any vaccine, or maybe with lower vaccine coverage than we had? And we also looked at different vaccination rates in Maori as well, because as we know, Maori had a lower vaccine coverage than people of European ethnicity. So we looked at what could have happened if we'd got Maori vaccination coverage up to a higher level, so that it was on par with the European rate.
Did you also build on earlier research by adding the effect of antiviral medications, hospitalisation rate estimates, and the impact of relaxing control measures?
We did, yes, that's right. So we included the effect of antivirals in the model. We used, because we had more data available sort of after the fact, we were able to get better estimates of the risk of hospitalisation for people in different age groups. And so we built that into the model. But it was, primarily using a model that we developed during the pandemic, with a few sort of improvements with the additional data that we had.
So I think you were comparing your counterfactual scenarios to a baseline scenario that was fitted to the epidemiological data that you had from real time. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's right. So we had a baseline, what we call a baseline scenario, which is essentially a model of the pandemic as it happened, or that part of the pandemic. So 2022 and the first half of 2023. So what that means is we fed the model with the actual data on the number of people that were vaccinated at different times, the number of doses they had, did they get a booster dose, and use that to simulate the epidemic and make sure that we had a model that matched up with what actually happened. And then we're then able to compare that with what we call counterfactual scenarios, which is where we basically run the same model, but we do something different with the vaccination. So, for example, if there was no vaccination at all, what could happen? And what we found in that scenario was that there were much larger waves, and overall during that 18-month period, we estimated that the model showed that there were around about 6,500 additional deaths on top of what actually occurred in that period. So we think that the vaccine prevented around 6,500 deaths during that 18-month period. There's a confidence interval around that, so it's not a precise number. There's a range of uncertainty, but that was our best estimate.
Did you also calculate how many years of life lost the vaccines prevented?
Yes, we did. So we looked at the years of life lost. So that's looking at the life expectancy remaining of people who died from the virus, and altogether that was around about 75,000 years of life lost if we hadn't had any vaccine at all during that period.
Did you also look at the number of hospitalisations that were prevented during that 18-month period?
Yes, we did. So we looked at the number of hospitalisations, and we found around about 45,000 hospital admissions were prevented by the vaccine during that same period.
Was there an increase in the lives that you found the vaccine would have saved if we hadn't had antiviral medications arrive on the scene?
Yes, that's right. So if we hadn't have had antivirals either, then the number of deaths would be even higher. So I think then it's about 7,500 additional deaths would have occurred in that situation.
What did you find out about vaccination rates among Maori?
Yeah, so we found that Maori had lower vaccination rates than people of European ethnicity. And what we did was we used the model to estimate what would have happened if Maori had had the same vaccination coverage as European people. And we found that could have prevented somewhere between 30 and 80 deaths. And for context, that's somewhere between 11 and 26% of the actual number of Maori deaths that occurred due to COVID-19 during that period.
During that 18-month period?
Yes.
So did you draw the conclusion from the findings of that modelling that the COVID-19 vaccination greatly reduced the health burden in New Zealand, and that equity needs to be a key focus of future vaccination programs?
Yes, that's right. That is what we concluded. I mean, even during that 18-month period, those findings mean that the death toll could have been 3 times higher than it actually was if we hadn't had any vaccines. And it's worth pointing out as well that that's really just the direct impact of the virus. So it doesn't include kind of knock-on effects, what would have happened if our hospital system had become overwhelmed and that had led to people not being able to get treatment for other conditions, people needing additional time off work from being sick with the additional amount of sickness in the community. So there are other sort of indirect effects as well that study didn't measure, but certainly it was very clear to us from that study that the vaccines played a pivotal role in reducing the impact of COVID-19 once it started spreading in New Zealand. On the equity point, yes, you're absolutely right. We found that there was a significant number of Maori deaths that could have been prevented if we had had a more equitable outcome of that vaccine rollout.
You looked in the study at the techniques used in New Zealand, the border and community control measures, which meant that there was very little transmission of COVID-19 until we had high vaccine coverage. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the lockdowns in 2020 and 2021 and the border measures, the MIQ system and so on, really did a good job of minimizing the amount of COVID that was in the community during that period. That meant that the vast majority of the population had the opportunity to be vaccinated before being exposed to the virus, and that massively reduced the risk of severe disease, hospitalization, and death.
Did you note in the paper that despite good vaccination rates, overall coverage was lower for Maori?
Yes, that's certainly clear in the data, and as I've mentioned, we used the model to investigate the impact that inequity in vaccination rates had.
Can you tell us what those rates were?
Sorry, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I'd have to get back to you on exact numbers. It differs by age, of course. So for all ethnicities, the coverage was higher in older age groups, but yeah, I'm happy to get back to you if you have with some exact numbers, but I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me.
That's all right. I've got the numbers. I thought you may have the paper in front of you. As at 1 February 2022, your paper notes that primary series coverage was 76% and 88% for Maori adults under and over 65 years. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds about right, yeah.
And what does primary series coverage mean?
So that means the first 2 doses. Yeah.
So we've got 76% for Maori adults under 65, and that compared, I think, to 88% for people of European ethnicity under 65%, under 65 years. And for Maori adults over 65, 88% for European people, 93%. Does that sound right?
88 for Maori, 93 for European.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did your study find out anything about whether Maori were at higher risk of severe illness and death due to COVID?
That's not something we investigated in that study, but we have, from the data that we worked with during the pandemic, that certainly appeared to be the case. That Maori had higher rates of hospitalisation, higher death rates after controlling for age compared to people of European ethnicity. I think there's probably a wide range of factors affecting that difference, but certainly we know that Maori populations have higher rates of comorbidity, so more pre-existing health conditions that put them at higher risk of severe outcomes from COVID-19.
All right. Just so we understand the extent of the study, can you describe again the counterfactual scenarios that you used?
So the main one I've described already was the counterfactual with no vaccine at all, and that had around about 6,500 more deaths than we actually experienced, so around about triple the number of deaths. We also looked at some other hypothetical scenarios. So we found that if there was a 10% lower vaccine coverage than we achieved, that could have caused an additional 600 deaths, an additional 4,000 hospital admissions. If we had no vaccine coverage in under 60s, there could have been around about 800 additional deaths, and deaths of younger people as well, I should point out. So, an increasing number of years of life lost, and around 14,500 extra hospital admissions in that scenario.
Thank you. Have you also published very recently, you as the primary author, an article titled Estimating Excess Mortality During the COVID-19 Pandemic in Aotearoa, New Zealand?
Yes, that's correct.
And it says it very briefly in the title, but can you explain exactly what you were looking at in that study?
Yeah, so in this study, we were estimating the excess death that occurred in New Zealand between 2020 and 2023. So excess death is the number of additional deaths that occurred relative to what was expected if there hadn't been a pandemic and pre-pandemic trends had have simply continued. So it's a way of estimating the impact of the pandemic on mortality of any cause. So it could have been, it includes deaths due to COVID-19. It would include deaths due to any other cause as well. We're just looking at total death rates from any cause.
And did you estimate cumulative excess mortality in 2020, between 2020 and 2023, as about 1,040 deaths?
Yes, that's right. So we estimated the total excess mortality in New Zealand in that 4-year period was around about 1,000, so 1,000 more deaths than we would have expected if there had been no pandemic and pre-pandemic trends had have continued. That's around about 0.7% more deaths than is expected. And by international standards, that's very, very low. So most other countries, for example, the US and the UK, were looking at excess death closer to 10%, rather than less than 1% as we estimated for New Zealand.
Did you look at whether or what the magnitude, timing and age distribution of the excess mortality in 2022 and 2023 were matched with?
Yes, we did. So we found that in 2020 and 2021, excess death was negative, meaning there were actually fewer deaths than would have been expected. The main reason for that is that a side effect of the control measures used in response to COVID actually eliminated influenza and other respiratory diseases. So there were fewer deaths than normal in 2020 and 2021. In 2022, that's where the bulk of the excess occurred. As you say, we looked at the timing, the magnitude and the age distribution of that excess, and it matched very closely with reported COVID-19 deaths. So what we conclude from that is that that excess death was occurring during the major COVID waves that we had, sort of primarily between March and July of 2022, and there was no net non-COVID excess. So in other words, COVID appears to be responsible for the bulk of the excess mortality that we saw. COVID appears to be the most likely culprit for those deaths.
Professor Plank, you've explained that very clearly, but it may be that the commissioners have some questions, so I'll invite them to ask them now if they do.
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Professor Plank, going back to the earlier study that you described, I believe modelling has embedded in it a large number of assumptions. And one of those assumptions must be about how the vaccine actually works in terms of lessening the likelihood of transmission, and also that if you get COVID, then even if you are vaccinated, that you would have less severe illness. Is that correct? You built those assumptions into the model?
Yes, that is correct. So those things are an input to the model or an assumption. Those estimates, we don't just draw them from thin air. They were based on the scientific literature that was available at the time. So estimates from epidemiological studies of the vaccine effectiveness against different outcomes. So as you say, the effectiveness against becoming infected with the virus, and then the effectiveness against getting severely ill and requiring hospital treatment is generally higher. So the vaccine is more effective at preventing severe disease and death. But there is some effect, nonetheless, at preventing infection as well. So yes, so those estimates for vaccine effectiveness, as I say, were based on the scientific information that was available at the time, and also the waning immunity as well. So, initially after the vaccine, relatively high level of protection, but that does wane over time, and that's built into the model as well.
Right. And so the way in which you'd thought about less severe illness was captured in the lower hospitalisation rates. Is that correct? Was that the main measure?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
And so I'm asking about if the vaccine, if you do get COVID, there is less severe illness, then my assumption is that also that would then lead to fewer hospitalisations in your model. Is that the mechanism?
Yes, that's correct. So hospitalisation was the thing that we were modelling, and so we talk about vaccine effectiveness against hospitalisation, meaning the relative risk of requiring hospitalisation for someone who's vaccinated compared to someone who isn't.
Right. One of the things that I'm interested in is just the notion of less severe illness overall and the impact on the workforce and the ability to go to work or to go to school or to quickly recover and get back to normal life. I didn't understand, you mentioned about lost work. Did you actually specifically model that, or is that just one of the other concomitant benefits that you didn't measure?
Yeah, no, so we didn't directly model that. I mean, you're completely right. I agree with all of that. The vaccine will have some reduction in the amount of illness, relatively mild illness that's not requiring hospitalisation, but is nevertheless causing people to require time off work. That's not something that we specifically modelled, but certainly that is a benefit as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor Plank, can we just go back to the beginning? I may have missed this, but can you tell us, please, your area of specialist expertise?
Yes, so I'm an applied mathematician. I hold a PhD in applied mathematics from the University of Leeds. I'm a professor in the School of Mathematics and Statistics at the University of Canterbury. So yeah, applied mathematics is my research area.
And so presumably that includes an expertise in analysing statistics?
Yes, yeah, we use statistics a lot. It's a big part of applied mathematical modelling these days. So it's difficult to draw, I believe, a sort of a black and white line between mathematics and statistics. There's certainly a lot of overlap, and we use a lot of statistics in most of the work that we do.
And who provides the data for you to construct your models?
So the data we used to construct our models was provided through the Ministry of Health. I lose a little bit of track with the health reforms as to whether it's Te Whatu Ora, Health New Zealand these days, or the Ministry of Health, but it was that was where the data was coming from. Yeah.
Were you working with Sean Hendy?
Yes, that's right. I worked with Sean Hendy.
And was his organisation providing some or all of the data that you used for the modelling?
So at the time, Sean Hendy was at the University of Auckland. We were collaborating with, between the University of Canterbury and the University of Auckland, but the data was coming from the Ministry of Health.
Thank you. Now, what's the relationship, if you can explain it in words that lay people can understand, between modelling and scenario analysis?
So I would say scenario analysis is one use of modelling. So the way I would understand scenario analysis would be to use models to compare different scenarios. So those scenarios might be what happens if we don't do anything, what happens if we take these specific control measures, what happens if we vaccinate a population, maybe what happens if a more infectious variant comes along. Those are examples of scenarios. So using a model to compare outcomes in those different scenarios.
So in phase one of the inquiry, the commissioners recommended using scenario analysis with different time horizons. What do you understand that to mean?
So the time horizon means how far ahead into the future you're looking. So, you might look at a 6-month time horizon if you're only interested in what's going to happen in the next 6 months, or you might need to look at a longer time horizon. Does that answer your question?
Yes. What is the benefit of using different time horizons?
It really depends on what you're trying to understand. If you're trying to understand, what's going to happen in the next few weeks because you need to plan how to organise your hospital staff, you might only be interested in a short time horizon. If you are wanting to manage an outbreak that's potentially going to last for several months, you need a longer time horizon. I mean, you have to be a little bit careful with the choice of time horizons, that you're not sort of artificially pushing something outside the time horizon that's important. So it is something that we think about quite carefully, with the choice of time horizon, because you don't, you need to think about the susceptible population as well. If you have a model that says, oh, well, if we implement this control measure, then the epidemic goes away, but actually you've just delayed it to beyond the end of the time horizon. So you need to be careful with that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm answering your question quite, so feel free to...
You are answering the question exactly as I hoped. And in terms of the models that you use to look ahead, they're not a crystal ball, but they give you some guidance as to what could happen under a variety of different circumstances.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
And does that incorporate the concept of Monte Carlo simulations?
Monte Carlo simulation is one tool that is sometimes used. It's a way of fitting models and estimating model parameters from data. So it's one method. It's a method that we've used in some of our models.
And are the models that you use substantiated by the scientific community as a whole, or are they out on a limb?
I would say that they're substantiated by the scientific community. They're based on established principles of disease transmission, together with some simplifications and assumptions. They're generally calibrated against epidemiological data as it becomes available. So, data on the number of cases, hospitalizations and deaths, and so on. So it's fairly well-established methodology. It's not something that was invented anew during the pandemic. It has a long history, and infectious disease modeling has a long history as a sub-discipline within applied mathematics. Yeah, it's well-established methodology.
Do you review with hindsight the accuracy of the models that you've created as time goes by?
Yes, we do. We always do that. During the elimination period, it was difficult to do that because we didn't have a lot of data to validate models with, and you need to be a little bit careful. When we model what a pandemic could look like, and then we introduced a lockdown and border closures and so on. Well, of course, that eliminated the pandemic. That didn't mean the modelling was wrong. It meant that we took action, but based partially on what the modelling was saying. We took action which changed the course of the pandemic. So in that sort of situation, it doesn't make sense to sort of go back and retrospectively use that data to validate the model. But certainly later on, once we started to get cases, once we started to get waves of COVID-19, we did evaluate the models afterwards and assess how they performed, yes.
Are you able to give any estimate of the level of confidence that you and your team had and now have in the modelling that was done?
Yeah, so with almost all of the modelling results that we produce, there's uncertainty with that, and so we would have a confidence interval or an uncertainty interval. So in other words, we're not saying that it's going to be X. We're saying it could be somewhere between this range of values. We're also quite careful to communicate the limitations and how the modelling could be interpreted and how it shouldn't be interpreted with our government partners. So there was a lot of communication about the limitations of modelling as well, and those uncertainty estimates that go along with the modelling results were an important part of it.
So does that mean that you're assessing probabilities rather than certainties?
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. Yes, yeah. Certainly ahead of time, there's always some uncertainty as to what's going to happen. So yeah, it is a probability. It might be a high probability in some cases, but yeah, generally we're talking about probabilistic outcomes.
Now, you said that from your modelling, this is the first paper, that vaccines played a pivotal role in the COVID response. Have I got that right?
Yes, I think that's absolutely true. Yeah, it's very clear from all the data that I've seen that that vaccination hugely reduces the risk of severe disease and death. And so the fact that the majority of our population was vaccinated before coming into contact with the virus was the number one factor in reducing the impact of the pandemic and reducing the death toll.
So do I have it clear that your team's assessment was that vaccines prevented around 6,500 additional deaths beyond what actually occurred in New Zealand?
Yes, that's correct. In that 18-month period alone, if you look at a longer period of time, that number's going to get bigger. And as I mentioned earlier, that's only the direct benefit. It doesn't include additional knock-on effects that could potentially have caused even more deaths.
So some people might question whether there's any element of conflict of interest in your assessments. What would you say to them?
Conflict of interest in what regard?
Well, how you're funded, how you're funded, your political allegiances, anything like that could mean that you're providing reports that aren't objective and unbiased.
Well, there's conflict of interest statements with all the work that we put out. I mean, certainly, as I said at the beginning of this segment, we were funded by government to provide modelling during the pandemic. That funding doesn't come to us directly as researchers. It goes to our institutions and is used to cover a portion of our salary. So we just continue to be paid as usual. I have not been funded by or have any relationship with any pharmaceutical companies. I'm not sure what my political allegiance has to do with it. I don't really see that as a factor in the work that I've done.
Right, but are you in a position to give the Commission an assurance that the reports that you've provided are as objectively correct and accurate as you're capable of providing?
Yes.
And we have had a report from one group who've relied upon evidence from a doctor in Texas, I think his name is Dr. McCullough, who has said that no lives were saved by vaccines. What would you say in response to that?
I would say that is contradictory to all of the weight of scientific evidence that has accrued over the last several years internationally. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Thank you, Professor Plank.
Welcome back. Our last witness for this hearing is Dr. Helen Petousis-Harris. Dr. Petousis-Harris, please introduce yourself.
I'm an associate professor at the University of Auckland. I've got a PhD in vaccinology. I have been researching vaccines for about 27 years. The focus mainly is vaccine effectiveness and vaccine safety. And pertinent to this, from 2016 to 2020, I was a member of the WHO Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, and for the last 2 years of that, I was the chair of that committee, and I also led a subcommittee on vaccine safety crises communication.
Thank you, Dr. Petousis-Harris. It is the subject of trust, transparency and communication, lessons in vaccine communication from COVID, that I want to ask you questions about today. So we'll begin with some questions about all vaccines, and then we'll move to the question of communication. We have heard that vaccines are some of the most efficient tools in a pandemic. Why is a vaccine such an efficient public health tool?
Vaccines can serve a number of purposes, not just direct protection to the person who receives the vaccine. Vaccines prevent disease rather than treating it, so it's, I guess, before the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Most vaccines will protect not just the individual but the community by reducing or sometimes preventing the chain of onward transmission. And that's where what's called herd protection or community immunity can come into play when you get enough people vaccinated. It also saves money and time and resources. It's very cost-effective intervention. You get fewer hospitalisations, and with that you can also prevent some indirect costs, such as people who miss out on healthcare because of the burden on the healthcare system.
We have heard how many people, were hesitant or against taking the COVID-19 vaccines. What are the risks of hesitancy or refusal in a pandemic?
I think during a pandemic, you see those things that I just mentioned, I guess, magnified. So you're seeing a lot more people at any one time experiencing severe illness, potentially deaths. You see again that influx, that burden on health systems, which is happening at pace, and it can be quite overwhelming. And you also lose the opportunity if you can't gain enough uptake of potentially that herd protection or that community immunity as well. And when that happens, we also see dramatic expansions in health inequalities, which you see in peacetime too a lot, but that really gets magnified during a pandemic. And I guess finally, the potential for misinformation starts to gain ground, and from there we start to experience other problems as well.
Are these issues something new with COVID-19, or have they existed before?
No, vaccine hesitancy, if you like to call it, has been present since the first vaccine was developed for smallpox. So it's been with us, our ever-present friend that's come along, all vaccines. We understand it better now than we used to, but it's been described for perhaps 150, 200 years.
So prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, were there resources available with guidance about vaccine hesitancy and how to build trust in vaccination and how to communicate about vaccine safety?
There's been substantial resources available from, for example, the WHO really started to build up libraries on those sort of tools from about 2012. And say, for example, in 2017, there was quite an extensive toolkit published and made available to member nations that provided guidance in a whole range of aspects on communication with respect, the area I'm familiar with, which is vaccines, with respect to vaccines, for example, toolkits for media, toolkits for government and health authorities, and so forth.
What were the guiding principles of that toolkit? What's the most important thing?
I guess there's some critical components that are, they're in the toolkit, but of course these things are based on what's now a fairly extensive body of evidence. First of all, one of those is to make trust a strategic goal. And this is in terms of building resilience before you actually end up with a crisis. So you've got a lot of peacetime activities which need to be developed during peacetime. Communicating regularly, for example, not just in emergencies, keeping those communication channels open with your health sector and your and your public. Building vaccine literacy before it's needed. You know, if people don't know anything about vaccines, then you know it's I think that leaves it open. Also, of course, fertile ground for misinformation. Making sure that your frontline people are well trained and confident in managing vaccine communications, because you know it's something that you need to be, you know, have a background in and understand, and also to prepare your systems to respond quickly. So that might be, for example, having the right networks already established so that you're not having to run around in a crisis. So I guess making sure that you have some resilience built into your systems before you have a pandemic, an epidemic, and what will probably come with it, a vaccine communication crisis, because it's usually inevitable.
So what was known prior to COVID about why people are or can be hesitant about taking a vaccine?
There's a number of really well established factors that I guess feed into what we might say vaccine hesitancy, which is a spectrum. It's not just, you know, I guess a person might move within a spectrum from being very sort of confident and accepting into a place where they've lost their confidence and they don't want to be vaccinated, and anything in between. And the reasons for that can change, and a person can move across the spectrum. So it's not a fixed thing, but there's sort of like the 3 C's. One of them is confidence, and that's having trust in the product, the safety and the effectiveness of the vaccine, the healthcare systems, the policymakers. Also trust in the motivations of the people who are recommending the vaccine. So that's about having confidence. The complacency is if you don't see that the disease is a risk to you, then perhaps you're less likely to see a value in a vaccine. And then convenience, where they need to be easily accessible to people, and you've got practical barriers like, you know, navigating systems, for example. So those are generally the 3 factors that feed into what ultimately is vaccine confidence, trust, vaccine hesitancy.
You talked about a lack of confidence perhaps in the motivation of the people who are wanting you to take the vaccine. What about a lack of confidence in the safety of the vaccine itself?
We know from all of these, perhaps now centuries of looking at vaccine confidence and hesitancy, the biggest component of that really boils down to concerns about the safety of the product, and a lot of that again comes into risk perception, where sometimes the perceived risk of the product is far greater than the real risk.
And is that related to whether the likelihood of catching the disease is seen as a low or a high risk?
Yes, it is, and I think and I'll give you some examples. If you know, from a scientific perspective, we might see all these, you know, a 1 in 100,000 chance of a serious side effect. The public perception might be, oh my God, I've seen all these reports of terrible things happening to people without, you know, a context there. No vaccine is 100% effective, so there will be people who get vaccinated and get sick, so you'll hear reports about people still getting sick, so it might be perceived, well, it doesn't work. And you might only have 3 in 1,000 vaccinated people hospitalised, and people will say, well, I don't know anybody that had it bad, because of course they're a victim of, if a vaccine works, it becomes a bit of a victim of its own success, and it seems hard to see the long-term benefit of that.
You've said a victim of its own success. Do you mean that really there's no visible effect when it works properly, so it's easy to forget or disregard the benefits?
That's right, because what we're trying to sell, if you like, is actually an absence of something. It's an absence of disease, and when I think it's very different when you're not seeing a massive wave of deaths and perhaps mass graves, for example, like some countries were experiencing. We didn't experience that. That wasn't so visible. And we didn't necessarily all know somebody who was severely adverse affected by the disease. So that really changes the risk perception. There was a lot of focus on the vaccine.
So what was known before the pandemic about the role of trust in vaccine hesitancy?
I think, again, it's well established that trust is a critical component in having in the resilience when something goes wrong, I think, and that is, and I can give you an example. For example, when we saw this play out just before the pandemic in Samoa, we're a fragile health system, but also had very low trust in the health system and also the government. And when there was a terrible error made and 2 infants died, there was a failure to communicate. People didn't know what had happened, and then the result of that was a plunge of what was already low trust into zero trust and very low coverage, and then of course ultimately a devastating epidemic and consequent deaths. So I think that's very well known, and there's a lot of examples of the role that plays.
And was the triggering event in that incident completely unrelated to the safety of the vaccine?
Correct. It was an error where a vaccine was, rather than being reconstituted with saline, it was an anaesthetic. Not something that can happen in New Zealand, by the way.
So what kind of events, and you've just given one example, what other kinds of events can intensify concerns about vaccines?
I guess a vaccine, it's often a vaccine safety, it's a vaccine safety communication crisis, but it can occur due to a number of potential events. And this is a real or perceived, so it doesn't necessarily be something real, but it can be perceived. It's equally as problematic. So, for example, you have an adverse event following immunisation. There might be a new study that's been published or data related to vaccine safety. Reports in the media and rumours, of course, and that's where you can get some a lot of spread of perceived concerns, and also things like if a vaccine was recalled for some reason, that can also cause these communication crises.
What about a new safety signal?
Yeah, so I think that's absolutely critical because. And I think it's something that people don't appreciate, that once you license a product, it's based on tens of thousands of participants in, say, a randomised trial. You are not going to pick up something that's very, very rare. You just don't have the number of people. So there's a whole lot of systems in place to detect things that could be much rarer. You know, say, for example, a 1 in 50, 1 in 100,000, and then, 1 in a million, and so forth. And so when you get a publication that might say there's been some reported cases of something, it might be that that's a signal. It's not. It's something to investigate and follow up. It doesn't mean that that's actually causal. And we have a big challenge in actually communicating causality. And also the process, and people. One of the critical communication components is to explain this is what's happened, and this is what we're doing about it, and we'll keep you informed as we progress, which is vital to maintain trust.
So, is a safety signal evidence that there may be an issue with a vaccine that needs investigation?
Yes, a signal is just that. It's a signal, and it's something that brings your attention. To bring your attention, do we need to follow this up? yes, this needs to be followed up, and this is how we're going to follow it up, and there'll be some stages involved in that, so that for example, the epidemiologists will kick in, and the studies will occur, and we'll understand it if there is a risk and communicate it.
And do I understand from what you've just said that things coming up as the doses that have been administered rise in number are to be expected? Absolutely,
and of course, what we want to see, ideally, in a well-functioning pharmacovigilance environment, is lots of reports, not because an event was necessarily caused by a vaccine, but when you're receiving lots of reports, it enables the detection of a potential signal, something unexpected, something weird. And those systems, by and large, work very, very well, and we had the whole world looking at the time. So these events that were rare and found, an increased risk was associated with the vaccine were picked up. They were investigated, and while some dropped by the way as actually not being causally associated, there were those that remained that we now have characterised and understand quite well.
Right. So given that it can be expected that new concerns, new signals will arise, some of which will be shown to be associated with the vaccine and some of which won't be, what guidance had the World Health Organization given about how authorities could build and maintain trust in vaccines?
I guess one of the first is that, and I mentioned building resilience, and that happens before an epidemic, during your peacetime, during your routine program. And I think as I mentioned, those components. Also, aside from that, having being prepared for a crisis, and that is, you should already understand what your landscapes are. Who are your communities that you need to engage with, and whereabouts is hesitancy or concerns? Where are they likely to emerge? You should be doing routine surveys or social listening, if you like, these days, to constantly monitor what the sentiment is. What are people concerned about, for example? You need to make sure that your communication plans are adapted to the different, for example, your different communities, your cultures, and also media habits. And have, having thought through some scenarios is always, part of a preparedness plan. So you need to engage cross-sectorally. You can't just have something going on perhaps in the vaccine program. You need to have your civil society, your schools, religious groups. You need to have those groups identified before time, so that when you do have a crisis, you are ready to respond. And one of the, I think one of the nicest tools that has been available for some time is actually how to respond in a crisis, like we have observed. And it's a very simple 4-step process that outlines very clearly, the first step, gather you're in a circle. Second step, understand what the problem is. Third step's liaise with your stakeholders, because ideally you've already identified them and you've got relationships there already. And then then you make the decisions about communicating externally and in what ways and to whom and who's going to, be delivering those messages, etc.
Because we know that vaccine hesitancy is sometimes based on risk perception, did the World Health Organization recommend that there was communication with the population about the risks of the vaccines?
Yes, I think it's pretty well accepted that communicating risk is vital, and yet there is also, I think, a worry among some people that if you tell people about a risk, it will scare them and they'll run away. And actually, that's not the case. There's plenty of research to show that if you've got a risk associated with a vaccine and you inform the person about that as part of the informed consent, this is also essentially an established ethical obligation as well, that actually gains more trust. It doesn't lose trust and people don't run away. I think, but of course the providers do need to know how to have those conversations. But we've got examples. There's a lot of vaccines that have rare potential side effects, and when people are properly informed, it actually instills more trust than it loses. And of course, people feel very betrayed when they learn that there was some knowledge about a rare event and they were not informed because you've removed the agency.
You say you talk to people about the risks. Do you also talk to them about the benefits of the vaccine?
That's the other essential component. Of course, people need to understand what the vaccine's for and the benefits that they themselves are likely to receive from the vaccine. But I think also, and I think we know from some here too, is that people actually feel it's important to take a vaccine, even if they don't feel that they themselves are personally at particular risk, but if they also understand that they might be able to protect more vulnerable people around them. Actually, a lot of people will consider that in their risk and benefit assessment.
What about things like the intended benefit to the community in hospital beds being available, the health system not being overrun? Are they benefits to communicate?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, most people are actually community minded, and again, the evidence shows when they're fully informed. And also as informed about uncertainty. Informing people about uncertainty is vital. You often don't have all the answers. And also what you need to communicate will change over time, and so you have to keep adapting your communications over time.
So you've said communicating about uncertainty. Is that uncertainty about the vaccination, about the vaccine, uncertainty about the pandemic? What sorts of things do you include under that category?
Well, for example, as the pandemic moved and we had this vaccine, and as time went on, the protection waned, for example, the effectiveness of the vaccine dropped. It all started to get a lot more complex to communicate. When we first had the vaccine, it was the clinical trials showed that it was 95% efficacious. Of course, that changed over time. But then you had the situation where you had people who, you were still preventing serious disease really, really well, but less so infection, and then the impact on transmission reduced, etc. And it all became many shades of grey, which poses a communications challenge, but it's an important one to I guess manage, because if you don't, you've left the door wide open for misinformation, and then we start to kind of, that trust, etc., starts to unravel.
Just thinking about the learnings and the science of risk communication, has the World Health Organization shared the lesson that risk communication is a core public health intervention?
Yes, and there's been lots of learnings, not just, not those just those assimilated by the WHO, but lots of other, efforts and research. And essentially, risk communication is a core public health intervention, and it's not actually an optional nice to have. It's something that needs to be there all the time. I mentioned uncertainty. That must be communicated early and often. The social listening, making sure that the communication is two-way is essential. And again, trust isn't just nurtured during the peacetime, but is not ignored in peacetime and suddenly built in a crisis, because that's not going to be so effective. Misinformation spreads fastest where there's an information void. I think I've mentioned. Over-centralised messaging can backfire, and I think that's been established. And also,
I'll pause you at that concept, because is this risk communication something that anyone can do, or is it a specialty?
I think it's a specialty, and also it would need to be multidisciplinary to make sure that you've got the right experts on communications, but also that you've got the people who have the technical knowledge to make sure that what's being communicated is technically accurate. So yeah, it's a bit of a team effort.
And then do those people need to get all that information to the messengers?
That's right, and that's where you need to have those networks established, and so I appreciate there's resource involved in this, and I mean this would mean you've got people dedicated to actually working with those networks to get that message out there, and also not just with the the people in the networks, for example, your church leaders or whatever, but you've also got the media you need to push out on different platforms as well, which again, that's another area of specialty and expertise.
If you're sending information out with the messengers to their communities, do you need to have someone waiting for the questions to come back?
You mean from the communities?
From the communities.
Yes, it's bi-directional, and if I can give an example of quite some years ago when New Zealand had a devastating epidemic, and at the time the largest mass immunisation campaign that we had ever had. At the time, we had a relatively low trust environment, and we also had extremely low vaccine coverage, particularly so in Māori and Pacific. Now, by working with, for example, the Pacific church leaders, the Pacific community actually achieved one of the highest vaccine uptakes, and I think, and that was maintained until recently. So, for a period of about 15 years, it's been maintained. So I think it's a real, local example of how something can be done well and how effective it is.
Does this system that is recommended deal with rumours or potential misinformation?
And that's the other one big component is an area again that requires specialist expertise. It's a global problem. It's growing, and needs dedicated and a consistent resource to both understand what is being said, but also, again, this is where your communications people come in to what's called pre-bunk, to try and build that community resilience against that misinformation. And I guess ultimately, in an ideal world, you'd be able to work with your policy and your regulators to try and regulate some of the platforms, like, for example, they're starting to do in Europe. So that's a big space too that needs maintaining during peacetime.
And do any of these large-scale communication plans undermine the importance of one-to-one communication between health professionals and patients?
No, often those are some of the most important conversations, and sometimes just 5 minutes can be incredibly valuable. But again, appreciate the resource, but also that is again where you need your frontline, your health professional to have been provided the resources that they need to have those conversations.
Thank you, Dr. Petousis-Harris. Can you please answer any questions? I'm sure there'll be some from the commissioners.
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Petousis-Harris. I have three perhaps quite blunt questions for you. The first is, did we experience a communication crisis with the rollout of the COVID vaccine? Yes. And was the health system listening? You talked about social listening. Was it listening?
I saw surveys early on in 2020, really before the vaccine. It seemed to slow down and that information seemed to dry up. So the listening, if it was happening, the information wasn't filtering out.
Okay. So did we leave the door open wide for misinformation?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So if we're thinking about the lessons that we have learned, would you say that those three things is knowing the potential for the crisis, to be listening, social listening, and making sure that we don't leave the door wide open for misinformation?
Yes, and I think the year before, in 2019, we did this did happen with the epidemic, the measles, both the measles here and of course in Samoa, and there was no that this was a potential communication crisis, and there was no appetite to tackle that at that time. So again, these tools and guidelines have existed for some time. So I was disappointed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor, can I just take you right back to the beginning, and where you told us your qualifications included a PhD in vaccinology. What's the difference between vaccinology and epidemiology?
Vaccinology encompasses a whole lot of, it's quite multidisciplinary, sort of understanding a little bit about the infectious diseases, a bit about immunology, and also a little bit of the social and vaccine program. So it's quite multidisciplinary. So including, of course, epidemiology. So it's a little bit of a jack of a number of trades.
Right. And does that involve you, with a novel virus, understanding how that virus works, how it infiltrates the immune system and so on?
In part, I would, this is where I turn to my virology people, etc. I think it enables me to understand the basics and to communicate those, but certainly, again, it's, the domain of the virologist.
So, just for simpletons like me who don't have any expert knowledge of the areas in which you work, can you tell us, please, the difference between inoculation, vaccination, and genetic engineering?
Inoculation traditionally is referred to the process of, in this case it came about with back in smallpox times, where people before the development using cowpox would take the matter from a person who had smallpox. They'd take that and they would inoculate through the skin, through a cut or a graze, that matter, because they knew that if a person was infected via the skin, that they were less likely to die. And of course, smallpox had a rather large mortality rate. So that was seen as a preferable approach. And then when vaccination came along, that was related to vaccinia, the name of the cowpox, and hence the name vaccination. So the process of administering the vaccine is called vaccination.
So the cowpox was used as a proxy for the smallpox, and that provided antibodies, or caused the body to produce antibodies against the main disease that was being protected against.
Yes, it had been observed for a long time that milkmaids seemed to manage to avoid getting smallpox, and it was because they were actually being infected from the cows. Cows had a similar. It's a similar infection, but relatively benign in humans. And a milkmaid came to her boss with a lesion on her hand, and Blossom the cow had cowpox, and Edward Jenner saw an opportunity.
Right.
And we have
So then take us to genetic engineering. How does that relate to those two topics that you've just mentioned? So given the objective of a vaccine is to induce immunity, we require an antigen, and an antigen is just something that can generate antibodies, and we often do not need the entire organism, where we can actually now engineer the part that we want. So genetic engineering can actually, it gives you a purer product, you can target the bit that you want, and also for production that is also an advantage, because growing bugs is a bit of a pain if you can avoid that. So is mRNA vaccination a form of genetic modification?
No, the product itself has been developed using genetic engineering, but the product itself consists of RNA. Now, RNA cannot modify your genome, because in order to do that, it would, first of all, it would need some additional specific instructions, but it would also need to gain access. Once it's inside your cell, it would need to gain access into the nucleus where your genome is, and it can't do that. So no, it can't.
Why can't it infiltrate into the nucleus?
It needs extra bits and extra instructions, which it doesn't have. It's a one-way trip. You can get messenger RNA comes out of the nucleus, but it doesn't go back in, and it also disintegrates quite quickly. It's very fragile.
So the messenger RNA, which produces proteins that in turn provoke antibodies, how long do they remain in the body?
The proteins? They initially, not long. I know that there's studies that have shown, picked up spike protein, some days after, etc. But most of it is taken up into cells. So once it's taken up into cells, it's digested in those cells during the process and migration to the local lymph node where the immune response, the specific immune response, occurs. So it's I think probably days, but I know people have looked.
So do those spike proteins, in your expert opinion, represent an ongoing health risk for people who get vaccinated?
There is no evidence of that. Essentially, for example, thinking about long COVID, if we see those syndromes of those debilitating syndromes, is less likely in people who've been vaccinated, for example. The research has identified no evidence for that, and of course continues But so far, there's no evidence of long-term. And we've not seen that in the past with other vaccines either, when there are adverse events. Apart from, I can give you an exception, but apart from, it tends to be within a window period afterwards for good reason, because there's a whole mechanisms involved, etc. So, for example, if it was myocarditis, for example, you're going to see that within this window period, and when you see an increase in that window period, you know that a chunk of that is vaccine associated. So you've always got your myocarditis happening all the time, and then you've got you see a blip where you've got additional cases associated with the vaccine, and then it goes away, as with all the other adverse events that we have investigated.
So is it fair to say that signals, safety signals, were picked up starting from around about mid-2021?
Earlier.
And was some of that from surveys done in Israel?
Yes, the initial signal for myocarditis came from Israel.
So we hear about myocarditis and pericarditis, that they are both heart ailments.
Yes.
And some people also suggest that anaphylaxis can be a side effect.
Yes, that's one that was identified within the first, and it was expected as well.
And that's basically an allergy reaction.
Yes, treated on the spot.
Which can be very serious if not treated.
Yes.
Now, you've said that a vaccine program can be the victim of its own success. Does that involve seeing what happened, say, in New Zealand compared with another country where vaccination wasn't successfully run as a campaign?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of examples. I guess we've certainly got an example of everything from each country. Countries that were experiencing massive rates of infection and, of course, high mortality early on, and we know through history you get quite a high demand for a vaccine. I think when that's not the case, the demand is a little lower, I guess.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you have talked about networks in the community, and you've talked about social listening. What kind of networks would you point to say these are the types of network that need to be engaged when we are trying to protect the country from an infectious disease?
Right. You've got your central, health authority, and then they need to take responsibility for sort of orchestrating coordination. You've got your clinical, relevant clinical experts. So, for example, if we were talking about something that we wanted to give to pregnant women, you'd be including your midwives as a start, and your perhaps your paediatricians and obstetricians, etc. You've got to have your infectious diseases experts, sometimes vaccine experts useful, and also epidemiologists in that space are useful too, can help you understand the data. And your frontline, your primary care are essential people. Now, today, pharmacy would be another one to have engaged, and then the education sector. And then beyond that, you start, I guess, those examples, community groups, such as, of course, as I mentioned, the church faith leaders, people like that are really important. You've got your Māori leaders. Those are who you need in your.
If we look at New Zealand as a whole, there must be thousands and thousands of little networks spread throughout the country. And how important is it for government to engage with those networks in an emergency situation?
Yeah, vital.
Right.
And they need to all be given the information needs to, yes, it needs to go out very broadly.
And if that information is in technical terms, that's really got to be simplified and targeted towards individual communities.
Yes, and I think that's where it's important that, say, you take your community leaders and you give them the information, as much background information as you can, and they need to be involved in shaping the messages to their community. They're the ones having the discussions. As long as they've got that background knowledge, they need to shape those messages, and that's where it's most successful.
How important is it for those local communities to hear from trusted voices within the community?
That's one of the most important. The trusted voices is, and then when I mentioned the 4 steps for crisis, for example, that is one of the most vital components in that process. And when I was leading the subcommittee, we did some case studies over a period of a couple of years, and we looked at both low, middle and income countries and examples of where things had gone rather badly for all sorts of different reasons. And we looked at what those countries had done at the time. And it was very clear every single time when those processes were not followed that you would not be able to mitigate your disaster. But if you'd had one and you did implement these processes, that you were able to actually regain the trust and get your program back online. So unfortunately, it was just before we actually presented the last findings at a meeting in December 2019. But those case studies and those learnings really showed that those 4 steps are vital and quite simple.
So do we have a combination of top-down and bottom-up responses that are necessary?
Yes, so you mean that listening again from absolutely, because the community can tell you what's required they know their community, they can tell you what's required, and we saw that, with the vaccine program, for example, rolling out where we had communities, community health leaders, for example, that said, look, this is what we need to do here in our community, and there was some delay over resourcing those communities to just get in there and get it done, because they're very good at it.
In the communication sphere, you've told us that technical correctness is important, but simplicity of messaging is also important. Is there a tension between those two ideas?
It is. It's hard. And I think that's why you need to ensure that you do have a multidisciplinary team on it. Because I know in my experience, I used to work with immunisation information for both health professionals and for the public. And there'd be an iterative process where you're getting it like developing these messages, and you'd come by, say, the technical person, me, and I go, you just need to change one word, and then you're technically accurate, and it's simple, and it would be iterative, and it is a little harder, but it's also important.
Presumably, when you're trying to translate into other languages, that becomes a particular difficulty.
It must be really hard.
Professor, thank you so much for your contribution. It's
You're welcome.
Very, very helpful to the Commission, and we will consider what you've said very, very carefully indeed.
Commissioners, we had some earlier technical difficulties, but they're resolved now, and we're joined by Darrell Jenkins from Hospitality New Zealand. Ms. Jenkins, you're in the unenviable position of being our final witness at the end of the week. So we will waste no time and kick off straight away. If you could start by introducing yourself and tell us about your background, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everybody. I'm Darrell Jenkins. I'm Head of Membership at Hospitality New Zealand. I've worked for hospitality for New Zealand for 7 years, and prior to that was running backpacker hostels and bars for 9 years. My current role with Hospitality New Zealand, as I said, was head of membership, but during the pandemic period, I was a regional manager, which is face-to-face membership support.
And can you tell us a little bit more about Hospitality New Zealand as an organisation, both in general times and the role it played during COVID?
Absolutely. We're a member-led not-for-profit organisation. We represent around 2,500 businesses, including cafes, restaurants, bars, nightclubs, commercial accommodation, country hotels and off licences. We basically support them and the industry to thrive with compliance support, training and advocacy. During COVID, we supported our members with their compliance needs and queries relating to subsidy support, for example, operational guidelines, employment obligations and licensing requirements.
And can you describe how circumstances changed for the hospitality sector when COVID arrived in New Zealand? Just briefly.
Yeah. As a people-based sector, businesses had to shut. Employees were out of work. There was no certainty on return or reopen. There was massive loss of stock. Basically, zero revenue was being earned while operating expenditure remained. This obviously caused a lot of mental health struggles for both employers and employees. Businesses burnt through any surplus savings that they had, which then meant in future they wouldn't have those savings to then fall back on, which is where we started to see a lot of business closures occurring in 2023-24. Another key change was keeping up with the evolving employment issues, especially considering there was a disconnect between health decisions and employment law. For example, during the daily government update, some of the financial guidance led many businesses to believe they could reduce employee hours in line with the wage subsidy, for example. Unfortunately, this advice didn't align with employment law or individual employment agreements. As a result, many businesses, particularly SMEs without HR teams, unintentionally breached their legal obligations, potentially leading to ERA cases and long-lasting issues in employer-to-employee relationships.
As you may know, the inquiry has a particular interest in the period in 2021, and particularly the lockdown that happened around Auckland and Northland from August 2021. Can you tell us about any particular challenges during that period?
Yes. It's fair to say Auckland struggled for a really long time. Northland struggled as people couldn't transit through Auckland, which was quite unfair, and that was frustrating. And the rest of New Zealand struggled without Aucklanders travelling, being the most populous city. The extended duration caused significant business closures and financial strain. There wasn't a revenge spending recovery, unlike 2020, with the national lockdown, as people had spent it elsewhere. There was a regional reputational damage issue, where Auckland and Northland destinations fell out of considerations for near future opportunities at the time. And there were significant supply chain disruptions which affected businesses nationwide, as a lot of them came out of Auckland. As mentioned prior as well, there were many financial pressures where savings had already been used in 2020. So there was widespread remortgaging and negotiation with IRD and banks after that long lockdown or during that long lockdown. And just to point out, businesses are still recovering now, 5 years later, with some closures continuing.
Thank you. The focus of today's session in particular, or the last 2 days, has been looking at vaccinations, and particularly today, vaccine mandates. When we eventually emerged from that lockdown in 2021, we moved to the traffic light system, and that included mandates for people attending or working in close proximity businesses, or were required to be mandated, and people attending many hospitality venues were required to be mandated. So I wonder if you could talk with us first about the views within the hospitality industry towards vaccination generally, and was there general support or were there fears or concerns?
That there were strong views in a few ways. Some supported. Some of our members accepted the proposition due to the fear of losing their livelihoods. And there were some that strongly objected to it.
And did you as an organisation have a position about making the decision to make the vaccine mandatory?
We supported our members' decisions and guided them through their own directions.
And how was the hospitality industry affected by the imposition of these requirements, in your experience?
In hospitality, the impact was particularly severe because of the customer-facing nature of the work. Employers were expected to implement and enforce mandates such as vaccine passes and mask wearing, for example, without being given the tools, the legal backing or support to do so effectively. Businesses were effectively made responsible for policing government policy despite not having the necessary authority or protection. For example, vaccine mandates required employers to direct employees to be vaccinated or risk losing their roles, but the legal grounds to enforce such decisions were often unclear and left businesses exposed to that risk. The businesses were then also expected to police mandates of the public, i.e. mask wearing, and then those vaccine passes. This caused conflict between customers and frontline staff, and some frontline staff are 16 years old in our industry due to the amount of entry-level roles on offer. There was also frequent abuse from unvaccinated customers, particularly toward the young staff, and there were also disputes over medical exemptions and outdoor seating eligibility. Did it encourage people to take the vaccine? In some cases, yes, especially where continued employment depended on it. However, it also created significant tension, confusion and distress. For some workers, particularly in frontline or volunteer roles, the mandates resulted in job losses or exclusion, not because of capability, but due to those personal medical decisions. This led to polarisation within teams and communities and significant mental health impacts on employers and staff. We also lost a lot of skilled workers, i.e. chefs and front of house to essential sectors. Overall, the experience of implementing mandates was challenging and at times damaging. It created a difficult environment for employers trying to stay compliant without clear lawful guidance or protection. The lack of early coordination between public health objectives and employment legislation left many businesses vulnerable and unsupported.
You mentioned that you lost a lot of workers to essential sectors. Have things returned to normal now that the mandates have been lifted? Have people returned to the hospitality sector?
I mean, there was some community division that persisted after the mandate removal, including the employees that lost their jobs. Returning to a normal is a really difficult comment. It's just a different world now, isn't it?
If mandates were to be considered as a tool in the future, do you have a view as to any way that they could be implemented that would improve the experience for your members in the hospitality sector?
I think it depends on the circumstances. There would have to be a severe situation to justify going back to them, and I couldn't guarantee an answer now. The public tolerance for them has certainly been tested, so we should use that knowledge moving forward. And employment relations legislation should also be an early consideration.
I wonder if you could speak to us a bit more. You've mentioned a couple of times the tension between the application of the employment law, I guess, and that difficulty for employers. Can you give any particular examples of where that tension arose?
I think reducing hours, just pay them the wage subsidy. All these things were coming out in the daily stand-ups from the finance team. And it might be easy enough to say that government are going to support with a wage subsidy, but there wasn't any technical know-how or make sure you refer to your employment agreements or get some HR advice or here's some extra support in how to do that. That's just one example, but a simple one. And then obviously the technical redundancies for the vaccines and those sorts of things.
You also mentioned as a particular issue the frontline staff having to police the public, and particularly for young staff. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that or those experiences for your members so that we can understand it fully.
Yeah, that was a really hard time. I mean, in hospitality, we're in the business of welcoming patrons into our venues, and having to police a vaccine mandate, that vaccine pass, and ask them for their pass before we can start talking to them was firstly quite difficult because you're welcomed with a bit of an obstacle first. And then if they didn't have their vaccine pass, people got frustrated and then would take it out on the person that they were talking to. So yeah, there were a lot of upsetting and frustrating conversations that had to be had. And like I say, some of these frontline staff were young, and people took out their frustrations on them.
I can imagine that sort of role is not one that staff in hospitality usually have to play and may not have the skills for. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, they're certainly skilled on welcoming people to a venue and seating them and taking their orders and making sure they feel looked after. But yes, they're not. They were not trained up to police government policy.
I'll turn in a minute to the commissioners who may have questions for you as well. But before they do, just turning back to your experiences of the pandemic overall, do you have any thoughts as to what could help us be better prepared for pandemics in the future?
Yeah, I do. Looking back on the overall experience of the pandemic, there are several lessons that could help us be better prepared for future events, especially when it comes to coordination between government and industry. In the early stages of the pandemic, industry bodies like ours were not meaningfully consulted enough, which led to confusion and implementation challenges. While engagement with agencies such as MB improved over time, the lack of regulatory involvement meant that policy decisions were often being made without a clear understanding of how they would impact real-world operations, particularly in frontline sectors like hospitality. Throughout the pandemic, government relied heavily on membership-based organisations to interpret and communicate policy changes to the business community. While we were proud to play that role, it highlighted how essential industry associations are in translating intent into practice and how underutilised they were at the outset. The pandemic exposed inconsistencies in how rules were enforced across sectors. For example, in the hospitality sector, some alcohol licence applications were later questioned due to a breach of a COVID-19 poster requirement, for example, despite the business having accepted and paid the fine. Other sectors did not face the same licensing consequences for comparable breaches, which created a sense of inequity and undermined confidence in the regulatory system. Issues like this, combined with last-minute rule changes and fragmented guidance, made an already challenging environment even more difficult for businesses to navigate. To be better prepared in future, several key improvements are needed across communication, consultation, policy design, and regulatory coordination. Clear and timely communication. Public health orders should be published earlier to allow businesses time to prepare. Releasing them just an hour before coming into force created unnecessary stress and confusion, especially when the changes had major implications such as limiting capacity or requiring closures. Consistent interpretation of rules across regulatory agencies is vital. Last-minute PHOs, public health orders, meant regulatory agencies needed to interpret the guidance themselves, which led to inconsistent enforcement, especially across regions, which caused frustration and led to poor compliance outcomes. Government decisions with major business implications, such as Immigration New Zealand's last-minute extensions of expiring visas, should be communicated earlier. Businesses had already forecasted operations based on the assumption that those workers would no longer be available, only to have revised plans again at short notice, and we're talking 24 hours. There should be clear, practical guidance on how rules are expected to be implemented on the ground. Meaningful consultation and policy design. Industry associations should be involved in both the high-level strategy and the practical design of regulations. We were often consulted on that high-level broad concept strategy, but when legislation was drafted, the details didn't reflect the operational realities. Feedback loops should be built into the system so that mistakes and confusion from earlier lockdowns are not repeated. Unfortunately, some of the same issues, such as last-minute public health orders, continued even during subsequent waves, despite time in between to refine that approach. Support systems and mandates. Mandates and restrictions must consider mental health impacts and avoid placing the burden on enforcement on frontline staff. Future support systems, i.e. COVID support and resurgence support, should accommodate diverse business models and allow for greater flexibility. Eligibility criteria should be clearly defined, and payment system issues that were known early on should be addressed in advance to avoid more stress and confusion. And lastly, regional and regulatory coordination. Pandemic responses need to consider regional nuances, i.e. Northland's access through Auckland, and avoid a one-size-fits-all policy. Regulatory coordination is also essential, including alignment between different agencies and proportionate penalties across sectors. Alcohol licence applications, as I mentioned before, was that example. But all of the regulatory agencies need to all be on the same page. We had health saying one rule to a venue, that alcohol licensing inspector was saying a different rule.
Thank you. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for you.
No further questions. No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much for that contribution, and we look forward to getting all of those suggestions perhaps emailed to us so that we can make sure that we take them into account. Thank you very much indeed. Tēnā koutou katoa. This pandemic perspectives public hearing has been of enormous value to the inquiry. It has been comprehensive, it's been revealing, it's been challenging in parts, it's been emotional at times, but most of all, it's been insightful, hopeful, and empowering. Our work here aims to improve the country's overall pandemic readiness by providing carefully considered practical findings and recommendations based on lessons learned. Many of you, thousands in fact, are helping us to do that. This Pandemic Perspectives public hearing has helped us to hear from a wide range of people, groups, and businesses. We've heard perspectives about lockdowns, mandates, and vaccine safety. We've heard from business leaders, medical peak bodies, education experts, advocacy organisations, specific sectors, community representatives, ethnic, community and cultural leaders, and academics. We've heard from population groups including Māori, Pasifika, Pakeha, people living with disabilities, and people in remote locations. Like us, we hope you've heard and benefited from pandemic perspectives that you are not on your own. We invite you to reflect on what you've seen and heard, and you may choose to reflect on your own views and whether they've changed based on what you now know. Commissioners and I want to thank the many witnesses we've heard from in this public hearing including the individual submitters who shared their experiences with us through video, and the many thousands of people, groups, experiences, and insights you represent. For some of you, it was hard to share your experiences. We paid tribute to those of you who talked about lost loved ones, changed lives, and livelihoods. For others, it was a powerful platform for you to share your insights and views with this inquiry and with the public. We hope you felt your insights were taken seriously and that they matter. All of you have been seen and heard by the commissioners. You come from different walks of life, different lived experiences, different communities, and you represent different views. All are important because we are each unique. What ties you all is your willingness to speak with us to help us learn lessons to make sure our country can be better prepared for a pandemic in the future. To us, this is an act of service which we greatly appreciate. I want to thank the public who followed some or all of the public hearing through the online live stream and through the widespread media coverage this week across many platforms. We thank you for tuning in to understand just how important this work is for the country as a whole. I thank too those people supporting witnesses, Counsel assisting the inquiry for guiding us through testimony, and inquiry staff and inquiry partners for running the hearing operationally. Public hearings are not the only way we hear evidence. We take a broad approach to gathering insights and evidence. This allows a broad range of people to contribute, which will underpin our findings and recommendations. I want to acknowledge too those people or groups who were not called to give evidence in this public hearing. I want to reassure you, you have been and are being heard too. This is through the 31,000 of you who made submissions, the many hundreds we've met in engagements and community hui around the country, the people we've met in private interviews and those being represented by groups or organisations. Your insights too are rich, important and critical for our work. From Wednesday 20th August until the 27th of August, we will be holding a second and final public hearing in Wellington. It will be live streamed so the public can hear the witness evidence and testimony as in this present hearing. Commissioners will hear from key decision makers who led the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and from senior public servants. Again, like this hearing and under our terms of reference, Counsel and Commissioners will be asking questions of witnesses so we can learn lessons to help inform us for the future. We haven't yet made final decisions on which witnesses to call for the August public hearing, but we will communicate the witness list closer to the time. As we work towards the next hearing dates, we continue to analyse thousands of documents, both publicly available ones and those we've obtained through our powers under the Inquiries Act. We are reviewing and analysing the extensive amount of information we have gathered from engagements, interviews, hearings, submissions and documents. This helps us to build our findings and recommendations to government. From the evidence we've received so far, we are forming our thinking on key themes we've been hearing, what's important to you as members of the public, our report content, and of course, what our findings and recommendations may be. I want to be clear, though, that none of this thinking is final. We continue to keep an open mind, and we're committed to hearing all relevant parties fairly. This remains a key principle as our work continues. Our key task is to provide a report of findings and recommendations with lessons learned for the future to the Governor-General, and we have to do this by 26 February next year. It will then be made public. When it's issued, we trust that you will see your COVID-19 pandemic experiences reflected somewhere in some form within the pages, with a key focus on delivering pandemic response lessons that will benefit Aotearoa New Zealand as we move forward into whatever pandemic response may come next. I finish with a whakatauki befitting of this public hearing, many and different voices for a common goal. Waiho I te toi poto, ka ua I te toi roa. Please excuse my pronunciation. Let us keep close together, not far apart. Ngā mihi nui, ka kite anō. Thank you very much. See you again. I'm now going to call upon a member of the Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei leadership to provide a final karakia for this occasion.
Unuhia, unuhia. Unuhia atu rā te tapu o tēnei hui kia wātea, kia mahea, kia taurā hoki ngā manaakitanga ki runga ki tēnei kāhui, e hui nei ki runga hoki ki tēnā e mātaki maina. Anei rā kāputa ki te whai ao ki te ao mārama, tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, tīna hui e tai ki e.